That's a big 10-4, good buddy.
right, we bring you this week's Flight Sim news with thanks to SayIntentions, a full recap of FSWeekend 2026. We check out the brand new Fokker F-27 Friendship. We have a look at Stuttgart, a brand new release from Aerosoft, and we check out Montague from Orbex. Hello, everybody. Happy Monday. Welcome to the start of another week. That isn't the midweek shuffle or the halftime show, but it is tonight. We have this week's Flight Sim news and a full recap of FS Weekend 2026. It was a busy one. Yes, it was very busy. We're over at Lelystad in the Netherlands. My arm is sore from how many times I've mispronounced balls. I've already made a mistake. But it's great to see everyone. It's great to be back. Hi, yes. Welcome back to Ireland, where it's 11 degrees. It's very mild. Don't know what's happening, but hope you're all keeping well. Busy one tonight. Lots to cover. As I say, we'll kick off with our usual news. There's lots of it. Loads of announcements over the weekend, and for hardware and indeed our software for all flight simulators that we look at, mainly Microsoft Flight Simulator, X-Plane, and of course DCS. So quite busy on that front. Then the recap of the weekend itself, and I gotta say it was a huge event. It's all done and dusted now till next year, but a very busy event. And then we're going to be checking out some new stuff as well. A brand new release here from Microsoft. It was built by I&I Builds. It is that of the Fokker 27, the Friendship. The old Fokker Friendship. Aer Lingus flew these. Do you know? And then we're going to be checking out a brand new airport from Aerosoft. It's that of Stuttgart. Well, that's where we're loaded in right now. And then we're going to be checking out some new scenery from Orbex. One Oscar 5, Montague. So it's all good. It's jam-packed. Put the kettle on. We're staying up late. We don't care. So, yes. Also, I just see here on Twitch it says Happy Partner Day. Jesus! I haven't aged a day. Right. A lot of you are still here since that very first day. You know, with my orange glasses. I thank you very much indeed, and it's been a ride. It's been mad, do you know? But anyway, how are we all keeping? How was your weekend? If you got the chance to visit the Netherlands, or maybe you're tuning in, watching at home, there was a lot of coverage of it. We did a run around on Saturday, and of course FS Elite, Threshold, and MSFS add-ons, keeping us up to date with all the announcements. So we'll go through each and everything. Be Janie then. We'll go through the whole thing, start to finish, just to make sure we don't forget about something that was said or something released. And of course, if you guys have any questions, do be sure to put them in the chat, and we'll try and get them answered as best we can. Do you know? You've done it now, Tony. Right, but who's here? Look, it's just very busy. D White, good to see you, buddy. CP65 is in the chat. Welcome aboard. Vacuum is here. Chocks, a very good evening. Steiny, good to see you, my friend. Hope you're well. Mac Vision, hope you're well. Chocks in with a 47-month Tier 1 subscription. Thank you very, very much indeed, buddy. You're very kind. Apache, welcome in. Sean Dale is here. Happy Monday. Belbro, hope all is well. Super Ty, good to see you, buddy. And, well, a happy birthday from the other day, right? Hope you had a great day. Viper Strike is here. Welcome aboard. Chris Van Halen is here. Lads, there's buttons. Chris Van Halen, good to see you. Sir Camsalot, Madude from Agoshlon Nua, a Tier 1 sub for 32 months. Thank you very, very much indeed. It's good to see you, man. Eamon 1973, who wore a short shirt. It was a short shirt. He wore a shirt on Friday night. There was people looking at him, you know. That's a nice looking shirt. Yeah, no one said that. It's good to see you, Eamon. Welcome in. Andy64, good to see you. Strap21, hola. Alpha Tunes is here. Good evening. Sumner, you're very welcome in. LG Dan, hello. The Boise, welcome in, buddy. Where's this now? Steiny is there. Welcome in, man. Mech Manser, good evening. Belbro says, how are you, Murph? And chat. Indeed. Eager for the FS Weekend recap. Indeed. Shuffle Shoes, shuffles in. Age John, happy Monday. Musafan. We're going to give him a new name, but I won't say it. He has subscribed at Tier 3 for 60 months. Jesus. Well, the who was boss. Great to see him, Muse, and thank you very much indeed, buddy. And I hope you got enough sleep yesterday. You know, Alberto, welcome aboard. Culkin is here. Spitfire, RAF 100. Thank you very much indeed for 61 months. Insane, man. Insane. Thank you very, very much indeed. Heisenberg is here. Heisenberg, you need to drop me a DM with your decision of the giveaway that you won, and we'll get that out to you as soon as. But good to see you, man. Now, let me see. 110 in a row, Viper Strike. Good man yourself. Thank you very much indeed. Max Stallion, 380 streams in a row. In a row. Thank you very much indeed, man. Good to see you. Fierce Wolf, looking fierce and wolfy. A very happy Monday to you. Captain Kenobi is here. Already back to streaming? Jesus. Very good evening to you. Great meeting you over the weekend. Anthony V is here. Tarnish Mossman, good evening. Malky Mac is in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Nutty Slack, welcome aboard. Hermit Something, Tier 1 for 21 months. You very, very much indeed, Hermit. Hope you're well. Wild Naturescapes, welcome aboard. Martell is in the house. What's going on with the resubs? Tier 1 for 55 months. Thank you very, very much, buddy. Hope you're well. Lads, it's gone mad, isn't it? Hermit Something, he says, did I mention it was snowing in Baston today? Jesus. Digital Merc, good to see you, Merc. Rob MCR is in the house. Welcome aboard. Goblin Zeus, a very good evening. Adam Controls is here. Congrats on the haircut anniversary. Thank you, Adam. We counted them. There was a ceremony this morning, you know, a gun salute. Yeah, out the front. Toto 2495, the adventurer returns. How do? Toto, good to see you. And, well, hello to you and Mrs. Toto. I hope you're well. Jumbo 380, welcome aboard. The Impossible Face is here. Where's this now? I was out and about the weekend. I caught up on the shenanigans this morning. Great crack as always. Well, thank you very much. Great to see you. Gibbo Ireland, the man, the myth, the driver. Right. It's good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. Goblin Zeus, Tier 1, 62 months. Cheers, buddy. Thank you very, very much indeed. APU Inspector, welcome aboard. Old Veteran 965. Scott, a very happy Monday to you. Hope all is well in Texas. Crabby One is here. Toto's like, hang on, the missus is shouting, hello. Hello. Welcome in. Restoring, welcome aboard. Where is this now? What's this now? Now time for some reliving of FS Weekend. Hope he looks better than the Sunday morning photo. I may have posted a photograph of myself on Sunday morning. Yeah, I had the fear, I'd say. But right. But anyway, let me see. RDA Gaming, welcome aboard. Cy120 is here. Dom Dark, welcome in. Who else? It's very busy. Let me see. Cracker, welcome in, buddy. It won't be the toe nor the knee. Be sore-headed. Yes, that works, Belbro. That works. Casey Wingboy, Tier 1, 29 months. Thank you very, very much indeed. Great to see you, man. Hope you're well. Commander Balosh, good evening. DK Funfly is here. Welcome aboard. Airwolf, welcome. Killswitch is here. Where's this now? Scott says, Murph, I want to know if you stopped by Meridian and talked with Nikki. I ended up dancing beside Nikki for a bit on Saturday night. More on that later. But yes, Willow, how much? Good to see you. It's very busy. Gerald is here. Welcome aboard. Zith is in the house. Who else come in here now? Let me see. Jesus, look, there's buttons. Home Wrecker, welcome aboard. Dan, 1878. Got to meet Dan. Lovely fella. Didn't meet him for pints, though. I'm raging. But it's good to see you, man. Let me see here now. Nutty Slack, do you powder your nose and adjust your glasses during the stream countdown? I do stomach crunches. I can do 1,000 now. But then I wake up from that wild dream. I'm actually sitting here staring at myself in pure silence, is what I do, you know, just staring. Maybe I move the eyebrows a few times, you know. I do be testing things, making sure the audio works and that, you know. Making myself look lovely. As well, you know. Yes, Murph, you look lovely. And that's the end of it. That's the end of that conversation. Right. Hope you had a great weekend, Homewrecker. Yes, dude, it was awesome. It was really, really good. Now, let me see. Alex, welcome in. Just Roy is in the house. Hello, Roy. Happy Monday. Let me see. Heapster, good evening. I'm still on the fence about the Fokker. Haven't seen a good rundown of it. Well, hopefully we can do it. Now. Hope we can do it now. Are you sure about that? Hawker. What did I say? Hawker Furricane. Wait, what did I say? Don't listen to me anyway. I just say stupid things. Do you know me by now, right? That Murphy fella, yeah, he talks some... Right. Zybok Doc is here, calling from Denmark. A very happy Monday to you from Tipperary. Hanger Studios, welcome in, man. Hope all is well. Jesus. Steiny then gifting 5 tier 1 subs to the community right here on Twitch. Lads, if you got a tier 1, with thanks to Frankenstein, do be sure to say thank you. He's terribly nice and friendly and wears a lovely hat. And I think all men should wear hats. We're bringing them back. I just need to get a hat that'll fit my head. I need someone to build hats. I'm just thinking, you know, I mean, right. Anyway, Energizer, good evening. Apparently this mad fella has an anniversary. How long have we endured this Aegis? Right? That you guys need the congratulations, not me. But yes, welcome in, buddy. I hope you're well. Can't believe that tomorrow will be the last we hear of Murphy for more than 2 weeks. Ara, you'll hear from me. But yes, we won't be streaming for 2.5 weeks, Viper. It's going to be a minute, right? I'm off to New Zealand on Wednesday, and we have a BAR event. Hopefully we can get a few folks to meet up and catch up over New Zealand, over at Wanaka. Warbirds over Wanaka is the event on the 4th of April, and, well, head honcho Egypt #1 will be there, and looking forward to it immensely. Do you know, Flyboy is here. Good to see you, buddy, and thank you so much indeed for 1,000 bits. Did you see what he did? Look, now great to see you, Merv, but now feck off to New Zealand. Brilliant. Thank you, Malky. Right, now, was it Malky? No, that was Willow. Malky didn't say that at all, but he was thinking it. Willow, thank you very much. Locus, welcome aboard. Hope you're well. Who else come in the door here now? Willow, how much? Thank you for the bits. Cheers, man. Captain Goo, hello. Welcome aboard. Hello from Tipperary. For those who don't know, I now have the Sim Standard Edition, but it will do for now. Super Typhon, congratulations and welcome to the world of serious simulation aviation.
Can I get a refund?
No, shag off. And more importantly, the skies are now better with your presence. Right, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Where is this now? Much deserved, gentle people, absolutely. But yes, Captain Goo, you're very welcome. Jersey Pilot, good evening. Wills 1985, good to see you, man. Hope you're well. A Crotty is here, a tier 2 for 13 months. Well, Father Ted, Asher BJ, thank you very much indeed. Idle Cutoff is here. Hiya Murph, Cambridge calling. Hello from Tipperary, you're welcome in. Norse Viking, good to see you, buddy. Goose, good day, Goose. Uniform Goose is in the chat. Now, let me see. Flies with Joel is here. Good to see you, man. How's she cutting? You're looking well. Eamon wore the Murph Faces shirt. It was class. No, it wasn't. Even the staff was wondering what was going on. It was terrible. Jay Winokur, thank you very much indeed. 52 months. Cheers, buddy. Hope you're well. Paparazzi is here. Tier 2, 56 months. Jesus, lads. Thank you very, very much indeed. Paparazzi, hope you're keeping well, buddy. And you're very kind. Is that an F-27 I spy there? Why, yes. Yes, it is. We'll check it out. Rambog Mord, a very good evening to you, Rambog. Hope you're well. Stimpy is here. Welcome. Thank you very, very much indeed. Cyrus T, the man of teal. Now, Cyrus, I'm still waiting on an email to come back to me, but, you know, I'm a good fella. Did you do the thing? I did. Well, let's be honest about it. I forgot to do it at the time, and then when I saw your message, I went back and had it's sorted. Well, I've asked the question, but it's all sorted. At least my part is. Right. and we'll figure out something. Be grand. Do we think the TriStar will be this week? Ooh, who knows? Hayden UK is in the chat. Well, Hayden, a very good evening to you, sir. Hope all is well. It's very busy, lads, isn't it? Metz is here. Good to see you. Cheers, buddy. Where is this now? Flying Traits, absolutely. Hope you're well. Hope you're well. Photos by Kev in the door at 28 months. Thank you very, very much indeed, Kev. Hope you're well. And a happy Monday to you. Stick Figure, good evening. BH Hassan. Hassan. Welcome in, man. Hope you're well. Fully recovered and we're all grand. Yes. Be looking younger than ever. Yes. Now, Tenured is here. Welcome aboard. Wonder who won the pool competition. I'll tell you all about that now in a moment. My main question from Flights and Weekend is, did Gibbo supply Muse's crop top? There's murder about that picture. Muse fan was disgusted. And I broke my arse laughing. It was brilliant, right? Brilliant. Derek is here. Good to see you. It's the man with the awesome accent from the other side of the Atlantic. And it's Murph. Good to see you, buddy. Colonel Fork, thank you very, very much indeed. Welcome aboard, man. Domdark, thank you very much for 7 months. Cheers, buddy. And a very happy Monday. It's, lads, isn't it? Like, it's, you know, you bash someone else's foot for a change. I did, yeah. Oh, Jesus. Right, more on that later. Jamaumu is here. Welcome aboard. Good to see you. Linny Bobbins, 'tis herself. Welcome in. Happy Monday. Sim Guy, good evening. Tarnish says, Murph, I seen you fly out of Dublin live on the tube as there was streaming at the... Wait now. Murph, I seen you fly out of Dublin live on the tube as they were streaming at the time I got to see over Liverpool. Ah, that's deadly. Nice one, Tarnish. Nice one. Right, let me see here now. Mr. Jingly, or no, Jesus, Mr. Jinglesy. That sounded better. Mr. Jingly. Mr. Jingles, welcome aboard. Hope you're well. But yes, if Two-Tone wasn't a flight sim streamer, he would have been a news anchor. And now it's time for the weather. It's not great. Dougal McTavish, the chairman. Hope you're well, Dougal. Happy Monday to you. When you were talking about the F-27, you called it a Hawker. That's like the time I got Mike's name wrong and I kept calling him Mark all night. Do you remember that? That's right, Mark. It's Mike. Yes, Mark. Oh, Jesus. I shouldn't be allowed to talk. But anyway, we'll move on abruptly. Flyboy says New Zealand. Yes, looking forward to it, buddy. Piku, good evening. Mr. Dan is here. Welcome aboard. Who else come in now? Don Waldy. Good to see you, Don. Welcome in. Let me see. Winkle Gassler is here. Jack Wings is here. Welcome in, everybody. Kanzui. Hello. 48 months, buddy. Thank you very, very much indeed. If you hear beeping in the background, the washing machine, 'tis on overtime, lads. We have to get all the Murphy paraphernalia washed, dried, ironed, and then packed. It's earning its keep, I can tell you. It absolutely is. Alison Johnson, the lovely Alison, is here, and it was great catching up with you, Ali, over the weekend. We didn't get an awful lot of time, but it was great to catch you. And, well, I hope you're keeping well. Same with Kaharia as well. I got to meet the lovely Kaharia and her husband, and perhaps, well, I assume, never assume, Murphy. I think it was her husband. I'm almost certain it was. But so very nice to finally meet people. It was just amazing. It really was. Did you see FS Hub got a new shiny update? They did. We'll check it out now as well. Zard is here. Good to see you. Mutley, thank you very much indeed. Tim Dogs is in the house. Welcome in. Winkle Gassler, 29 months. Cheers, buddy. Thank you so very much indeed. Let's have a look here now. So, Jesus, yeah. Hans Gruber. I remember Coils on Angel Street. The owner was adamant he could fit a hat perfect to any head by looking straight at you. Gibbo tried that in Providence. You know, he actually brought me into a hat shop, and the exact words were, "Have you something to fit that mallet head?" And your man, and I was like, "Hello. First name mallet, second name head." You know, and I still didn't buy one. But anyway, Chuck is here. Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. Let's have a look, lads. It's very biggie. It's very busy. I said Biggie because, you know, Big Al's plane came in. Good to see you, Big Al. Most important questions, are you packed for New Zealand? No, not yet. Patrick Doyle, welcome in. Flying tonight, Monday night, and I'm still almost sane after a day of work. Brilliant. Proby Pete, a very good day to you, sir. Hope all is well. Grant, I wasn't sure if I was beeping, if it was coming from my house or was I going mad? No, it's just your beeping. Keep the wife busy with your dirty laundry. Zard, are you mad? She'd bait the head of you. But yes, my old CFI was Mark. I kept calling him Mike. He also outranked me. He wasn't happy. Right? It'll be grand. It was Kaharia's husband. Brilliant. That could have been awkward. Brilliant. Sun Jammer is here. Good to see you. Soaring AJ. AJH, man. Tomcat is here. Welcome in. And thank you very much indeed. Eddie is here. Good to see you. Kev, Roger. Let's have a gawk. With the J. Oh, Jesus. Is that the gadget with the thing that drives and you can... We'll have to have a look at this, Kev. Where is this now? Where's... Viper got himself an Avro RJ yesterday. Oh, nice. Yeah, the Avro RJ from Just Flight. Beautiful. Beautiful. Balut is here. Good to see you. Yorkshire, welcome in. Daryl, the TriStar. Oh, we got to fly the TriStar. That was over at the INI tent. And yeah, we'll cover that all in this now in a moment. But... You're all very welcome in, lads. And if you're wondering who am I talking to, it depends. We're on Twitch, we're on YouTube. We have 2 streams on YouTube, just to explain. So Twitch, that's where the vast majority of the Fireflies do be. And we have a good crowd on YouTube, and then we also have a vertical stream. So if you're wondering, your man is just talking to people. You know, I spent years in acting lessons as me arm fell. But just to explain where we're at. But hello to our friends watching on YouTube. Mike Coffey is here. Dave, welcome in. Northland Air. Happy Monday, buddy. Who else come in? Jose Vega. Greetings from Massachusetts. Well, hello from Tipperary. Flyboy is there. Good to see you. Black Sheep Jean. Jean, I hope you're feeling well. Jean, I felt your eyes on me even in the Netherlands. You're doing something right. Logo Lights is here. Good evening from Maastricht. A very good evening to you. I love Maastricht. De Vriethof, my favourite square in the world. You're most welcome. Let me see here now. Missile Man. Hello from Wyoming. Hello from Tipperary. Good to see you. Dave Cleary. Legend Dave. Welcome in, Dave. Noah is here. Welcome aboard. Kubi, Montana. A very happy Monday to you. Black Sheep Jean says, it's 27 degrees here in San Jose. Jesus. JPP, a very good evening. Mark Swan is here. The Limbics. Recovered. I had a bit of the fear yesterday, but I'm all right now. Chippy Sim, welcome aboard from New Zealand. Kia ora, buddy. Hope all is well. Katja B, saw the stream from there. Got the steps in all right. Jeez, the watch didn't know. The watch thought I was stolen. Well, my watch was stolen. I was like, are you really doing these steps? You know, or, you know, did you tie your watch to an animal again and chase it? Right. Anyway, Byron is here. Good evening. Who else? Pop-Tart the Brave. Blasphemy, a vacation was not a sanctioned activity. Well, no, I'm going to be working while I'm there as well, you know. It'd be grand. We're doing a BAR event. Adam Link, good to see you, buddy. Elf is here. Welcome aboard. Idaho, hope all is well. Monty is in the chat. Who else came in the door? 845 Sim, welcome in. Been getting into DCS as of late. Did you ever have a play? I had a blast of it a couple of times. DCS, it's a platform I'm very much impressed by. We got to look at the classic simulations, classic aircraft simulations. There's C-130. And of course, I have the FA. I have a number of modules for it. I never really had time to really kind of invest in it, though. But it's an incredible platform for sure. Absolutely. Roll Tide, good evening. VR Flight Sim Guy. Good to see you, man. You need to go to the thing next year. Right, we'll talk planes, bikes, and then pints for the day. It'll be brilliant. It's good to see you, man. Hope all is well. Ian is here. Hi from Birmingham. Hello from Tipperary. You're welcome aboard. And who else come in now? TGL. Is it to Gladman? Welcome aboard. I'm great at reading names. I don't make mistakes at all. Jesus. Anyway, ailerons into wind. Stu, very good to see you, buddy. Happy Monday. I managed to give the TriStar a spin. Yes. Yeah, it was pretty cool. Quokka is here. Welcome aboard. Twitch is where it's at. Indeed. Now, let me see. Did I miss anyone? Imagine when Murphy gets 1,000 viewers. Could you imagine? We'll be here till tomorrow. If I missed anyone, just start shouting at me, you know, because I try not to miss anyone. But welcome in. AZ Blue Line. That hat shop said, how are we going to find a 10-gallon hat for a 20-gallon mallet? Right, you know, AZ Blue Line, a very happy Monday. Got your DM, I'll be back to you, but hope you're well, buddy, hope you're well. I managed to, Nutty Slack, don't listen to Murph. Yeah, we're all bots. Yeah. Did Wind Control have the Airbus overhead panel? Ooh, on display. Not really on display. Ricky, good to see you. Filthy is here, back at work after a great week. Nice. Working. I am working. I'm always working. Had a hoop of a night on Friday. 3 baby Guinnesses. Oh, Jesus. That'll do. Fornax, good evening. Good man, we'll get there now. Idle cut off. Daniel Cooper, good evening. Hope you're well, buddy. Murph, check out the Vatsim Conga line heading north over Panama. Oh, really? Is there an event? We'll have to see. We'll have to see. A BAR event is what you're calling it. Yeah, that's exactly what we're calling it. Yes, we have to go to the BAR. Yes. Curl Fork might actually work tomorrow. Still nothing, man. Jesus. My dog Lottie says woof. Thank you, Toto. See? Everyone says hello. Murph never mispronounces my name at all, says Rad Baron. Sometimes I call him Red Baron. But yes. Anyway, friends, welcome. We got there. It took 1 minute and 17 seconds for the introductions, but we're all here now. Thank you so very much indeed. You might be wondering, like, what does he... Right. You guys take the trouble to come out and say hello to me. I want to say hello back. That's how this works. In this new form of entertainment where it's live and you can hear Mrs. Two-Tone and you can, she'll probably come in here and bait the head of me now in a second, right? Imagine she's going to be stuck on a flight with me. 2 of them for 12 hours each. I'm loads of fun, as you can imagine, right? But yeah, Jesus, thoughts and prayers with Mr. Two-Tone, lads. Jesus, Flyboy did the thing, look, gifting 5 tier 1 subs to Twitch. Flyboy, thank you very, very much indeed. Lads, if you got a gifted tier 1 sub, thanks to Flyboy, well, do be sure to say thank you. What a legend. Right, where's this now? Jesus, she's going to... Yeah, right. Looking forward to seeing deliveries for the F-27. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Right. Will we do a thing? We will. We better do a thing. I'm here because of your DC6 videos. Love that airplane. Many hours working on them. No way, Idaho. That's awesome. Hang on a second. Pull up the handbrake. They're tier 2 subs. Hello? Jesus. Flyboy gifted 5 tier 2 subs. That's like... Right. Flyboy, absolute mad ticket. Thank you very much indeed. Lads, if you got a tier 2 sub, be sure to say thank you. And also, light a candle and write the name Flyboy and post it to your neighbours. Insane support. Absolutely nuts. Thank you very much indeed. Alberto, thank you very much for 8 months, buddy. Cheers, man. Hello, Captain. If you need any help, I'm in C22. I always do that. I did that on the way over. We didn't get a response, though. I must have forgot. No, I had the fear. We were heard. Hello, Mr. Two-Tone. Hello? She's after going up a big load of washing, you see, and she's her headphones in. She's the right idea. But yeah, no, it was the walk in Amsterdam at Schiphol. Jesus, I was shagged getting onto the plane. But anyway, let us have a look here now. Let me see. Right, I've pressed 2 buttons, we should be good. Right, anyway, let's jump into it, will we? Because we'll be here talking and you'll be saying, what does this fella actually talk about, Cy Murray is here, Jesus, 55 months. Cheers, buddy, thank you very, very much indeed. Right, a 12-hour flight on the same plane is the perfect opportunity to find out if you're still married. 2 12-hour flights. It's going to be brilliant. Right, we'll do one of these now because your patience is wearing thin. Just like my hairline. Welcome to this. Oh, Jesus, that was tight. Welcome to this side of the stream. And yes, no fancy graphics there or transitions, but it'll be grand. Where's this now? We had a big fry up in the airport. By the time we got to the gate, the other end of the airport, we were hungry again. We absolutely were. Flyboy Dyer, welcome aboard. Good to see you. But yeah, no, it was awesome. Absolutely awesome, right? So, buttons here now. So what we have on our screen, ladies and gentlemen, well, this is the brand new Fokker 27. And the Friendship, you see. And it was built by I&I Bills. It's one of the new local legends. We'll be checking this out today. And we're also on the ground here at Stuttgart, here in Germany. Let's see here now, get a bit of sunshine on the situation to make everything look all beautiful. What's awesome about this aircraft, not apart from it looking so good, the actual aircraft, of course, lives at the Aviodrome in Lelystad. So that's what we were checking out. Dennis C., thank you very much indeed for 13 months. Just seeing that now, buddy. Cheers, man. But yes, lads, great to see everyone. And I suppose we'll start at the beginning. KLM ever have a bad looking paint job? It looks good, doesn't it? It looks very good. So we'll get into the add-ons and all that jazz in a moment. We're going to start off, of course, with the news. You see, we've lots of news. So, holy tabs on a screen, Batman. And let's bring these guys ding, into play. And so what we'll do, we shall cover the news as there was announcements, but also, other developers, released a bit of information outside of the main event. And then we'll cover the FS weekend as it was, right, from start to finish, what we got up to, what we saw, who we spoke to, we'll kind of wrap it up then with our updates from SayIntentions. So it's quite a bit going on here, and then we'll start looking at our add-ons and stuff in a little bit. But all busy. Kev, I'm telling you, it's only Monday, but of course I'm not here on Wednesday. I'll be travelling somewhere across the Atlantic Ocean, but we'll do this tonight. So we shall start off, and a massive shout out to Vasco over at MSFS addons.com, to Callum and all the team at FS Elite who were on fire over the weekend. They had some incredible coverage, but also Threshold, to Magnus and the team at Threshold. Did incredible work done, so great to see all this, and well, hopefully I can help share what went on. But we'll start off. Are we ready? So Coronado, we are aware they're bringing the King Air B200 for the sim, but they've given us another little update. I would expect to see this possibly this week or next week by the latest. I'd be surprised if it's any longer than that. So the King Air B200, and I imagine this would be one of the first add-ons that Super Ty is going to buy, because, well, he's a fan of this machine. So we know it's on the way. There was a Facebook post from Coronado saying it's coming very, very soon, but I wanted to include it today because, well, we've a couple of more pictures, you see. And what we're looking at here is Coronado have this kind of real experience kind of stuff that they've added to their fleet recently. We've seen it on the likes of the Mentor. We've seen it across a lot of their aircraft, and there's things like additional systems modelling. There's a bit more depth to the systems, and it's just that extra bit of kind of polish, you see. So I'm looking forward to this thing. So we can get in where the engine is, the modelling, the visuals of this thing it's just going to be gorgeous. Whether the thing now flies on rails or not quite sure. Looking at our avionics options, I only see the default stuff. On the 530s, there's a weather radar here to its right hand side. Unsure. I imagine we can, because we usually can when it comes to the Coronado fleet. We should be able to pop in our third party solutions when it comes to, the TDS or the PMS 50. But also looking at it here, the aircraft can be configured for the career mode, which will open up things like, your passenger transport, air ambulance, cargo, the devil knows what. That's what all that's going to be, you see. So that's what we're looking at here. So the Medivac variant ties in directly with the career mode, which looks like it's going to be great fun. Because it looks fantastic. And of course, these were used quite a bit, But yeah, great news. And as I said, I would expect to see this very, very soon drop into the sim. Right, we move on. Vector. This was an announcement on Sunday where Vector took to the stage and they started talking about a brand new development. And this is from a team who aren't anyway new to flight simulation. In actual fact, the developers bring with them years of experience, and their first release is aiming to be that of the 787. They have confirmed all three variants of the 737 and are going to be built. And, we're going to be looking at more information as they release it over the coming weeks and months. So Vector announced the Project Griffin 3 weeks ago. That was their 737 or 787 project. And of course, the response was a mix of genuine interest and a little bit of, skepticism. Who are these? What are these? A brand new studio, a complex flagship aircraft, and a 2026 release window. No footage, so to speak, but we do have pictures, and we did get, on Sunday, a lot of information about the depth of systems. So, at FS Weekend, Vector made its first public appearance, and the studio head Ellie took to the stage for a live Q&A that went considerably deeper than the initial announcement suggested. Now, I had a chance to catch up with Ellie on Saturday, just shooting the breeze, and I've known of Ellie working on multiple other projects in flight simulation, 32 of them. She was directly involved with, right? Grizzle, welcome in, lads. Asher, happy Monday. Great to see us. Hope you're well. We're doing a recap of FS Weekend and, of course, this week's Flight Sim news. And you're very... Jesus, they broke it. The pair of lads are retro breaking the button now. But you're all very welcome in. Great to see you, lads. Hope you had an awesome stream. And, of course, a massive shout out to Grizzle. Lads, if you don't follow him, would you just follow him? He'll look back at you every now and again. Who's following me? Right, but it's good to see you, mate. And welcome in, lads. And thank you very, very much indeed. I hope you're well. We've just started. So, yeah, we're looking at, Vector with the 787. Loads of excitement for this. So, as I said, Ellie took to the stage on Sunday and had a bit of a chat with Ellie on Saturday. And there's okay, it's a challenge whereby when you see a new studio and you're thinking, Jesus, they're going for like a fairly complex aircraft such as the 787, but there's a lot of experience with this team, like massive amounts of experience. So what we were looking at here, some of the screenshots, I mean, like that's actual. When I saw this photo, I said, where did they get that picture? That's not like, you know, that's not a real life image. That's from the sim. Incredible details that they put onto it. But anyway, the engine detail shots show that the GE nacelle in striking close up of realistic heat texturing, electronically dimmable windows are shown across multiple stages of dimming, and of course the electrical synoptic page is clearly live and fully populated with real data, showing a scenario where the R1 generator is disconnected and load shedding is also active. There is a depth of systems at play here, at least from these early shots. This looks to be an extremely detailed add-on, which looks great. It looks great. Yeah, 100%. She's worked with lots of dev studios, lots of them. Like, think of a dev studio, right? Good chance Eddie worked there, you know. Grizzle, it was awesome, buddy. Next year we meet. Hope so, buddy. Hope so. Kiwi for Life, welcome in. And let me see here now. We got loads. Animal, thank you very much indeed. TXM, welcome aboard. Toby is here. Joey Twitch, welcome in, Joey. Lads, great to see so many friendly names and faces. Well, I can't say faces because, like, right, but welcome in. I can the instant recognition of some lovely people rambling in here. Very happy Monday to you, lads. Hope you're well. So yeah, this looks very, very cool, that 787. And like they're saying, look, they're planning to release that this year, right? The maintenance system is also equally deep. Vector saying that the aircraft includes over 700 pages of normal and non-normal checklists with 200 maintenance pages and also ECAS pages, a live maintenance data system where every page reflects the actual aircraft state. The items can be written up and persist between sessions if the feature is enabled, meaning a generator failure from one pilot's flight should show up in the MEL list when another pilot takes the aircraft. SATCOM also being implemented as a fully functioning system. Currently it plays a pre-recorded response when a call is played, but the team is exploring partnerships to enable realistic ground operation calls as future additions. Weather radar, SimBrief integration, Navigraph and LiDO chart support and both the standard Boeing EFB and a simulator-specific tablet have all been confirmed. The aircraft is being built using WASM to allow for deeper system complexity while maintaining performance on both PC and console platforms. You see, One Red Horizon, thank you very much indeed. Who says I'm friendly? Colonel Falk, right? We should do a Zoom connection. You can see all the faces. We'd break the internet, but that'd be a great idea. Figured I'd watch here and said, thank you very much indeed. Bayerman, welcome in. Thank you very much indeed, buddy. Cheers. Exos is here. Welcome in. And it was so nice meeting folks over the weekend. It's the biggest draw that, you know, if there's a flight sim thing on, the first thing I'll always say, great, I get to meet folks. I love it. Everyone has a story. We all got to where we got to some which way, and I love to hear it. So it was just so nice. It was so nice. I got to chat to so many people. It was so nice. But all three variants of this aircraft, the Dash 8, the Dash 9, and the Dash 10, are set to be confirmed. One audience member asked directly how Vector planned to manage community expectations. Well, given the history of, you know, these kind of announcements, Ellie's response was, well, the team is already flying the aircraft in the simulator. ILS approaches are already functional, and 4 to 6 months of pure planning preceded any development work. And whether that confidence is warranted will only become clearer close to the release date, but the screenshots shown today are that of actual gameplay footage, not just renders. So this thing looks like it's there's a lot of work done on this. I can only imagine like how early they started it. You know what I mean? But yeah, crazy stuff. Red Horizon, yes indeed, we do from time to time. How much of the MCDU can you tell us? Which ones, Adam? Voicey. Good to see you, Voicey. Good news. I finally made the jump to Flight Sim 24 with the Steam Spring Sale. Ooh, nice. Kieran Nile. Good to see you, Kieran. Hope you're well. So, the 2026 release window stands. No specific month committed to. There's a series of themed snapshot previews. We'll probably get more information later on in the year over at FS Expo. But I have to say, this this was a very kind of pleasant surprise in terms of just how much depth this project is aiming to achieve. And for those who enjoy flying the Dreamliner or have always wanted just that higher level of depth, of fidelity, well, you're in for a treat, at least by the looks of this. You know what I mean? So the MCDU, the Airbus one, Adam, so you can pick one up from Wind Control, like 130, 140 bucks, I think. Wind Control would be the one I'd recommend, definitely. They got the development. They did, Roy. Yeah. They kept this under the radar. But some of the render shots, like, do you know, when I was looking at this, I was like, they're photographs. No, they're actually from the sim itself. Incredible stuff. Now, Aerosoft and Tolis, well, they gave a bit of detail on the A340, and they're giving us the roadmap for updates, including, telling us that there is going to be a cargo variant, which should be made for free, being worked on also. So with this aircraft, this has been getting fairly good response, I think, from the flight sim community, particularly that of the airline pilots, right? The A340-600, Tolis being that of a very well-established X-Plane developer, and Aerosoft, sure, they've been around the block since we were all small. So, the two of them together does seem to be the kind of, the match made in heaven sort of thing. The release of the A340, a lot of folks are saying, it's an incredible aircraft. We're seeing kind of features we're used to in X-Plane now come into Microsoft Flight Sim, which we all benefit from. And of course, the aircraft, well, it's heavy on the system side. Probably not as detailed and as heavy on the visuals, but that's something that's actually on the roadmap. So, what are they talking about? The upgrade or the upcoming additions is going to be that of a cargo variant. It's going to arrive as a free update for all existing owners. The freighters are indeed rare and will eventually be retired in the real world. The likes of 777X and so on will be taking over. But in the sim, well, the cargo variant will keep those operations going indefinitely. On the visual side, the wing is going to be completely remodeled. Wing geometry has come up in community discussions since the launch, and the team confirmed a full rebuild is on the way alongside some minor fuselage refinements. Now, with the options of the A340, you can there's a slider. How much wing flex do you want this to do? So you have a lot of control over it, but this is purely from the visuals, right? Whatever about the physics, this is purely on the visuals. 98 Vulcan, good evening, thank you, and Abdul, good evening. Good to see you, lads. You're very welcome in. When it comes to the systems, GSX integration will be improved, particularly around the pushback and the door handling, right? The landing rate detection compatibility with third-party tools also being addressed after reports that some modules were triggering touchdown detection earlier than intended. The EFB's chart handling is also being revised, with pinning functionality among the improvements being considered based on community feedback. You see, Stu Snape is here for 14 months. Stu, thank you very much indeed. Cheers, buddy. I'm a bit on the tiddly side doing pre-birthday drinks. Well, look at you. Is your birthday tomorrow, Stu? It is tomorrow, or is it Wednesday? I can't remember now. Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. So this is kind of cool. So it's basically, they got version 1 out, and it's, okay, now we wait for the community to give us feedback, and that's where we'll start working. That's what they're doing. So, the first update already in beta testing. It's expected within about a week or two. The first update also marks the end of the current introductory price of $69.99. It'll go back to the regular price of $79.99 once it drops. So there's the thing you want to consider. This is not anyway a cheaply priced add-on. And you could argue, it's hard to say it's a well-valued add-on. There's good value here. There's a lot of new features in it, but the price for a lot of folks, I think, it's like, it's just that little bit out of reach. However, if you join the Captain's Club of MSFS add-ons, right, well, that'll give you a further discount. Might be something you want to consider to have a look at it. It's tomorrow. I'm being trusted with a... Jesus... You're being trusted with a shotgun. Stu, happy birthday tomorrow. Great news, buddy. Great news. Anyway, you can pick up the A340 over on the Aerosoft store, and it's now available on Contrail as well. I think anyone who's flown this, they've been quite happy with it. Good to see there's more on the way. Bluebird Simulations, we've seen a brand new trailer released and confirming, yes, Q3 2026 is going to be that of their release window. Now, they haven't confirmed the actual date, but they're telling us It's going to be before winter. So what we saw was their first official trailer was back in Flight Sim Expo in 2025. Today, FS Weekend in 2026 followed up with a brand new trailer. The project has been in development since 2022, and it has seen its share of delays and pivots along the way. So we've all spoken about the upcoming 757. There's been a lot of noise. There's been lots of kind of work in progress. Here's a picture. We haven't seen the aircraft. We haven't flown the aircraft. So all of this, until terrible pun, but it fits, until the thing actually lands, we can't really say much about it. It looks very impressive. The feature list is incredible, and we'll have to figure out where performance and all that is going to be. The trailer, which was created by Practically Geek, the new trailer leans heavily into the specific numbers, which tells us something about where the team's confidence lies at this stage. With over 300 simulated ECAS messages, more than 200 working circuit breakers speak to the electrical system and systems depth that Bluebird have been building towards. The team previously described the electrical system as likely the most complex ever created for Microsoft Flight Sim, and a circuit breaker count of 200 plus gives that claim some grounding. The sound suite covers over 500 samples recorded directly from the real aircraft, dynamic cockpit night lighting, featuring more than 25 individual dimmers and switches, and the exterior model includes over 100,000 rivets and screws across the fuselage and the wings. On the system side, the FMS has been built from the ground up. The auto throttle, flight control system are all custom coded. The EFB includes dedicated system simulations, and detailed gear bay modelling and custom bogey animations with gear compression are also shown. Shall we watch the trailer? I think we shall. Let's have a go, shall we? We'll press some buttons here, pause that, do one of these, close that, make sure she's cranked up there to 4K. And hopefully this will work. We'll play it with the sound, and sure, if we get in trouble, we're going to blame MuseFan. Like, there's only so many times you can say, take my money, take it, the thing. Right, an incredible look at what Bluebird are working on here, and great work from Practically Geek. Incredible trailer. Like, he captured what we need to see, right? It looks absolutely incredible, and looking behind, or looking into, if you like, the video itself, at some of the features and even the artwork. Like, when you consider looking at the EFB, where you're looking at these systems, right? I mean, it's very reminiscent of, what you'd get with A2A or Black Square, with giving us this sort of moving animations of even the hydraulics. You can see where the pumps are, you can see what's running, if the ram air turbine is on. Like, there's a lot of eye candy in this thing, but also being able to prepare you as a pilot flying this aircraft. The 757, I do hold this one close to my heart. It was the first aircraft, it was the first commercial aircraft I flew on across the pond in the real world as young fella. Back in the day, it was Continental, and I've always loved flying in a 757. They're probably my most favourite of, the jets, right? When you get to go flying in them. They're comfortable, they're nice, and they look cool. The flying pencil. A lot of excitement for this. Again, we're not fixed on any specific date, but they are positioning the 757 alongside the premium tier of Microsoft Flight Sim aircraft. They're planning this at $80, which will cover both a 757-2 and a 757-3, which includes both Rolls-Royce and Pratt & Whitney engine options. So you are getting kind of the full shebang, you see. But there's a lot of excitement for this aircraft. Again, just a little pinch of salt. I mean, we haven't actually seen it. We haven't flown it yet ourselves. Certainly the media, the marketing, top notch. I mean, it looks incredible. Lots of information, and the trailer work itself is fantastic. We need to get this in our hands. You know what I mean? A lot of excitement for it, though. Tim Dog, you're first as well. Nice. Is it 2020 or 2024? Their plan was 2020, wasn't it? And then they were going to work on a 2024. So I think what they had, and I could be wrong on this, unless it says it here, compatibility for both 2020 and 2024 at launch. So it's a 2020 built aircraft that will work in 2024, but a bespoke version, a native 2024 version will be built after, and that'll be a free update as well. So I don't think you're going to have an issue buying this in Flight Sim 2024. There might be some things that work a little bit strange, or you know what I mean. There might be some bells and whistles not functioning, or there could be a hidden surprise when they do have the native version ready. Bluebird definitely made the call on this, looking at where the simulator was over its development, to say, 2024 is at the time, especially, was a little bit rickety. That's why they went for 2020, but they're building it to know it must operate within the 2024 platform. And we've seen this already from a number of aircraft. I think the biggest challenge for native 2020 aircraft in the 2024 engine, the biggest things are the ground handling, a little bit when it comes to some of the physics with the on the airframe, some of those sensory physics, and also the sounds. That's where the challenge tends to be for a lot of these developers. But let's see what happens. Very exciting to see it, though. So, Bluebird, just take our money. We want it now. Now, the Synaptic A220 entering its final testing after years of development. Synaptic, the A220, they're working now with I&I builds on this, and it has been that of a very long roadmap. The project first announced more than 4 years ago, and it went through a significant partnership with I&I builds, missed its hoped for 2025 window, and has since become one of the most anticipated aircraft for the flight sim community. As 2025 closed out, the team reiterated that the extra time is being used to deliver a more complete, polished product. Now, in the latest I&I Builds development update, the team say that the A220 is steadily progressing towards release candidate readiness, and it's just about ready to enter the final stages of testing at the end of the month. This could be huge, right? But yeah, mad, like, absolutely mad. Thomas Smith, welcome in. Who else? If I missed anyone, Akab, good evening. Prawn is here, welcome aboard. The start development of this bird, 2020 SDK. Yeah, they continue to do so. Yeah. In here doing some great work for the community. Yeah, Dougal, they are. They really, really are. It's great. I experienced my only rejected takeoff in a 757. Oh, wow. Interesting. So yeah, look, this is great news. It's kind of a short final now when it comes to testing, and then release candidates go out there. For a project that has been in development this long, there's a major statement. Oh, that's a major statement. And if the technical details shared in the update is nothing to go by, well, the wait may have been worth it. The headline from the technical side of this update, it's scale. It's all about scale. The team say the code base has now grown to several 100,000 lines of Rust and TypeScript code covering 985 model components, over 1,000 electrical connections and 427 data buses, including the ARINC 429, AFDX, analog and discrete. Those are numbers that hopefully reflect the kind of depth that puts this aircraft into a different sort of bracket from most add-ons. Again, when you're looking at this, you're like, that's real. That's from the sim, right? So since Expo, core systems have been serious development strides. The fly-by-wire system has been completely reworked, joined by a custom engine model, lateral and vertical flight guidance, autopilot, auto-land, and fully featured electrical, bleed air, hydraulics, and radio systems. The flight management system was rebuilt from the ground up, with the team saying the goal was tighter coupling with other aircraft systems, better performance, and a reduced risk of fatal errors. That FMS rebuild has enabled some genuinely intricate behaviour. The team mentions automatic nav-to-nav transfer on approach, and also the transition from DMC to PFCC guidance along or during the Autoland as examples of things that are now possible because of how the FMS integrates with the rest of the aircraft. The crew alerting system is another area getting serious attention. According to the update, Synaptic monitor the actual logic used in real A220's CAST crew alert system to create their own code that triggers messages with accurate input conditions, activation logic, and timing delays matching the real aircraft's 100 millisecond precision. The system currently has over 3,000 different inputs routed through the data concentration unit module cabinets. Now, and the team say that they're still working through filling in the missing inputs. The work in progress screenshots shared alongside the update give a good sense of where things stand visually, but also on the systems. The cockpit clearly well advanced, with all major displays populated and functioning, including the FMS pages, the perf and route functions, and also the lateral and vertical map displays. You can see from some of the pictures here. I mean, this is coming along so very, very nicely, isn't it? Loads of detail in here, and like apart from like the system's depth, how you can interact and what you're looking at here, also the displays themselves. I mean, if you look closely, there's fingerprints. You have all that kind of eye candy when it comes to like particles of dust, fingerprints, and you can see the use of shadows in here as well. Like, this thing is just looking fantastic. Reflections, all the jazz are in here as well. It's looking absolutely incredible. Very excited to see this thing. One screenshot, of course, the night approach with PFD and ND both active and the approach chart overlaid on screen. Another capture, of course, the full width instrument panel showing the characteristic wide set screen layout of the A220 cockpit. Now, this is a team that, by their own admission, have spent sleepless nights chasing rabbit holes in the real aircraft system documentation. The model was rebuilt from scratch using 3D scans and technical diagrams, with texturing handled by I&I builds using the same techniques applied to the A350. No release date confirmed yet, just the end of month reference of entering final testing. Given the history of the project, it would be unwise to read too much into timelines, but the tone of this update feels different from the previous ones. So yeah, this is looking absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. So yeah, very much looking forward to the A220 as well. It's all happening now, lads, isn't it? Absolutely mad. Now, Contrail, their Falcon got a new cinematic trailer ahead of FS Weekend, and Contrail surprised the community in Providence by announcing their first in-house aircraft, and the reaction was genuinely enthusiastic. People were like, hey, this looks great. The company, best known as a marketplace and an add-on management platform, well, they were stepping into a new role entirely. And the choice of aircraft, the Dassault Falcon 50, a classic French trijet, business jet from the 1970s, well, it felt like a bold and characterful first project. A 2025 release was the original target. It didn't happen, but based on the new cinematic trailer, the wait looks like it's almost over. The trailer runs through several key aspects of the simulation, including the walk-around feature, detailed cockpit views, comprehensive overhead panel, and what appears to be a fully populated instrument suite, consisting with earlier dev updates that confirmed custom avionics such as the GNS, the XLS FMS, the Apollo MX-20, the Collins EFA suite, and also a fully featured custom autopilot. The cabin interior also makes an appearance with window shades and a functional information display. We have a video for you here. So, here's more stuff to check out. Doesn't it look very, very pretty? I found a bug! Now, it's a trailer and it's work in progress. We won't get too worried, but I think the old fuel cap is on the wrong way around. But if that's the only thing I can find with a trailer, usually it means this thing is looking pretty good, right? So yeah, lots of excitement here for Contrail with the first release. And remember, this is their first attempt at bringing an add-on into the sim themselves. It's very exciting. No specific release date or pricing has been announced. Contrail were at FSWeekend, but didn't get a release date. I asked, but no. So we'll have to wait and see. So, yeah, very exciting. Definitely at a time for the business jets and, of course, the tri-jets. It's incredible. Now, I&I Builds confirming that the A380 will be next with real-world research well underway. There was a couple of things that kind of put out on social media not so long ago. And, they had an MCDU with some information. What's all this about, right? Pretty cool. Polo Pulse, good to see you, buddy. Welcome in. Cornwolf is here. Good evening. Hope you're well, buddy. Tempo Lizard, welcome in. A very happy Monday to you. And who do we have here now? Is it, how does one pronounce it? M4. Thank you for the follow. Cheers, buddy. So, the I&I Builds A380 has had a long history already. The project originally started for X-Plane, quietly shelved, and then hinted again when the A350 was announced back in 2020. Jesus, me heart! Back in 2023, right? Did anyone else fall off the chair there? No. Stu Snape, you absolute mad devil. He just gifted 10 tier 1 subs to the community here on Twitch. What an absolute mad lad. Stu, thank you very, very much. Lads, if you just got a tier 1 sub, but thanks to Stu Snape, well, do be sure to say thank you. Jays, right? Anyone else jump? Stu, you absolute mad ticket. Thank you very, very much indeed, buddy. Commander Snow is in the chat. Welcome in. That's incredible support. Cheers, buddy. Cheers. But yeah, so by mid-2025, development was back at the forefront, with the team teasing research trips and real aircraft data collection on social media. In their latest development update, I&I Builds have formally introduced the A380 as their next major aircraft project, with some early detail on where things stand. It's worth being clear, it isn't a full development reveal with system breakdowns and screenshots, more of a formal acknowledgement that the project is indeed moving, paired with some insight into the research and reference gathering phase. The cockpit comparison shots included in the update show the real A380 flight deck alongside that of the INI Bill's early 3D model, and the proportions and panel layout, well, they already look very close. So they do, right? According to INI Bills, work across multiple departments has been ongoing for some time already, with systems development and sound work are described as already underway, laying the groundwork for the aircraft's core functionality. The team say this approach mirrors the philosophy used on the A340, the A350, and of course the TriStar projects, applying lessons learned from those aircraft to the A380's considerably larger scope. Now, some of the shots that we can see here, it's incredible. We had the chance to catch up with INI Bills. We had a chat with Ubaid, and we got some great insight. Now, it's on our. We'll go into it later, but the insight we got.
Give yourself to the dark side.
Thank you very much indeed. The information that we got from Ubaid when it comes to INI Bills, they have multiple teams. Relatively small teams, maybe 5, 6, 7 people, and their focus is on kind of core specific aircraft. That could be like the classic airliners, or it could be general aviation, it could be, you know, the likes of the TriStar, it could be the likes of the Airbus fleet. And these are the guys who go off and do all the fact finding. They do the research, they bring it back in house, and then they go along and they say, right, here's what we're doing. And then all the other teams, the main core development, INI Bills of course, or INI Bills, well, they are a massive studio. Huge numbers are now in that company. And you know what? It's great to see because, I mean, you look at their humble beginnings, GSX profiles, then livery, then aircraft, and it just grows. It's massive now, right? Not to mention the work that they do in partnership with Microsoft. It's incredible. Incredible. So very excited to see an A380. Yes, there is a freeware one out there, the fly-by-wire. It's that thing, to consider that if that was a payware aircraft, you would say it's an excellent aircraft. The fact that it's freeware, it's like mind-boggling. Is what? So INI Bills definitely have, they got to put their own stamp on this, and let's see, how that will affect the project, how it'll affect the aircraft, but also to us as users. This is going to be a very interesting roadmap to see what they're working on. Based on the research, they had access to the actual aircraft. We know that they have pilots working with them as well. Very excited to see this. So they've gathered thousands of high-resolution photographs to verify every bit of geometry, the surface curvature, panel layout, structural details directly against the real aircraft, and the cockpit has received the same level of treatment. What you can see here in this photograph is the real one versus what they're working on. Now we'll try and zoom in there a little bit. Hopefully you can see it. But the left-hand side is real. The right-hand side is what they're working on. You see? Isn't it frightening, right? Absolutely frightening. Happy early news day. Glad you had a great weekend. Stu, thank you very much indeed. Cheers, buddy. Errol is here. Erhu is here. He says, I got within punching distance of you on Saturday. You were too starstruck. You should have punched me instead. Great to see it, buddy. Great to see it. So the A380, not without competition, of course, as I've mentioned, with the fly-by-wire. But the team has confirmed it will not be coming to Xbox. That's fly-by-wire. So the gap is likely part of INI Bills or INI Bills calculus, given their track record of releasing on the marketplace and supporting console users. No timeline given just yet. Given the scale of the aircraft, none should be expected anytime soon. The TriStar still wrapping up on a short final, with the A220 seems to be heading in just behind it. So the A380, it's still in early progress. But just great news from INI Bills here. And again, like, it's, I'm like mesmerized by the A380. I never considered it an aircraft I'd fly much, but anytime I do, jump in the A380, it's always it's like, whoa, this thing is ridiculous. It's huge. So very much looking forward to this. Now, staying with INI Bills, the TriStar, it's due to release at the end of this month, and the final development update, well, it's packed with detail. Now, I got to get hands-on with this aircraft. I got, they had it at the INI Bills Hall at FSWeekend, and anyone could just ramble up, sit down and have a go. And I have to say, from what I checked out, I was very impressed. The detail inside the flight deck is frightening. It's really, really good. There's stuff in there I haven't even a clue. Looking at the INS systems, looking at that, clipboard EFB, this thing looks absolutely stunning. And to be able to get your hands on it, to fly it, and it's just, they've done incredible work here. Very excited to see this release. It's such an interesting airplane. Their marketing up to this point has also been very good, giving us a great, insight into the history of this aircraft and its operation. So, very much looking forward to this. The latest dev update confirming the release is planned for later this month. So you're talking 10 days? Less, 8 days, right? Well, we finally have a proper deep dive into the system. So what we've seen, we have a virtual flight engineer. The L1011, the TriStar, of course, well, it was a 3-person crew. And INI builds have made the flight engineer station one of the centerpieces of the release. Rather than leaving the engineers panel as a functional but passive backdrop, the team have built what they're calling a virtual flight engineer that can actively carry out flows for different phases of operation, flipping switches, providing spoken callouts, and reporting back when tasks are complete. The system, it's aimed at giving solo simmers a genuine sense of a crew working alongside them, right? And we can see it here.
All set. That last flow was completed as requested.
Flaps 14.
Captain, the cabin is ready for departure.
So you get the idea, right? For those who'd rather not manage the full panel, well, the paper flight bag's autocomplete function handles the same tasks automatically, with audible switch sounds confirming each action. It's a practical solution to one for more than daunting aspects of operating a classic 3-crew wide-bodied aircraft in a single pilot environment. Cabin crew feedback can also be included, reacting dynamically to flight phases from departure prep through to turbulence to arrival, and it's a detail that does add to the sense of operating a fully crewed aircraft. We also have a lot of navigation options. Totally covered when it comes to our radio nav, INS, GPS, and INS when combined with the GPS. Each option changes how the aircraft operates at a system level. The performance management system and the advanced VNAV capability, for example, are only available when an INS base option is selected. Pure RadNav or GPS disables the PMS entirely. Check out, it's just isn't this absolutely stunning? I got to see all this in there, and I've no idea what specs their PCs were running. But in terms of moving the mouse around and moving around the aircraft, performance looked butterly smooth. Butterly smooth. Couldn't tell you. Everything in the sim looked great. So I don't know what specs they were running, But I mean, look at it. It's class looking, this, right? That Dutch pilot, welcome in. Cheers, buddy. Thank you for the follow. I would agree, Scott. I would agree. Especially going to events. So that in itself is quite promising in terms of the spec of PCs they would have had available. What I love here, though, is the INS stuff. So you can get all the INS information directly from SimBrief and Navigraph. They'll give you all the latitude, the longitude. You can actually import all of those directly, automatically, if you wish, into this aircraft. They've thought of pretty much everyone here, and it looks absolutely class. I gotta say, it looks absolutely class. The moving map display, historically fitted on some of the older Saudi L10s, has been repurposed here as a SimBrief integration tool. It draws up to 9 current INS waypoints and displays the aircraft assumed position based on the inertial navigation system. The team notes that if you initialize the aircraft incorrectly, it might think it's somewhere else, which is exactly how the real system works. Sound development being handled by that of Echo 19, who recorded audio directly from an operational L1011. Tyler from Echo 19 visited the TriStar experience in Kansas City, capturing everything from engine behavior to cockpit ambience and cabin airflow directly from the real aircraft. The result, according to INI Bills, is a sound suite built on authentic source material covering the distinctive character of those Rolls-Royce or B211s through the subtle sounds of all the cockpit systems. It's quite mad. Quite mad. Daza T. Arab is here. Good to see you, Daza. Welcome in, buddy. So this is just absolutely insane. The biggest eye-opener for me, looking at being able to like move around the aircraft, is the height of the ceiling. It's like, what? How? What? Right? This is how friggin' air travel should have been. Not this, you know, me knees are shagged, me legs need to be taken off because I can't feel them anymore because I flew Ryanair. This is how air travel should have been. But anyway, it just looks incredible. Even some of the features of that kind of classic jet, here we go, flying now. Like they had these like pre-galley areas before boarding. Hop in here now, we'll get you a cocktail and then we'll bring you up to your seats. It wasn't like, you know, 200 people queue at the gate and stand there like Muppets. Not at all. This had some class. This had some excellence about it. And I Bills definitely captured all of this when it comes to the modelling. It looks incredible. Absolutely incredible. Ram's House, thank you very much. Good to see you, buddy. Flight to Joel says, I think I flew in one of these when you were little. Ooh. When did any bills become I bills? It was either one or the other, but they go by I bills. We all say any bills, but I think it's I bills. Or maybe I'm saying it wrong again. Mike or Mark or yeah, right. I tried to say it's any bills, but it's I bills, right? Is it an ini file or an INI file? Is it an exe or an exe? Bills, right? But yes. Very, very excited for this. There's lots more about this aircraft. This is definitely something when I'm back from my holidays. This is definitely something I want to focus on. I want to learn this airplane. We did something similar with the MD-11. We spent a lot of time figuring out how it worked. Flew it across the pond. I want to do the same, if not more, with this. I am fascinated by this aircraft. Tri-jets just look absolutely incredible. This, what you're looking at here, in addition, that hasn't received much attention, is the pod variant. The configuration includes both a visual modification and it even changes the flight model with an external pod altering the aerodynamic and weight distribution. Developers say the maximum operating altitude is limited to flight level 340 on this variant, with a reduced VMO of 270 knots, and reduced thrust takeoffs are not permitted. ATS used during final approach and autoland is also prohibited. Really? Fuel distribution requirements are revised, with Tank 1 required to be heavier than Tank 3. It's a niche configuration, but one that should offer a genuinely different operating experience. How mad is that? This was the thing. Throw the pod. 4 engines. Let's go, right? The aircraft will launch exclusively through the Microsoft Flight Sim in-game marketplace, with the INI Manager version confirmed for a later date. Don't have pricing yet, but this is on a short final. Expect to see this very soon. And as I said, we got to get hands-on with this at FS Weekend. It was just, this is so good. It's so good. So yeah, cannot wait for this to be released. Do you know? How come you didn't ask your man about INI Dublin? Would you go out with that? I asked. Don't you worry. Now, sticking with INI bills, they've been flat out. They have released a brand new update to their A350. It goes to version 1.2.4. The latest update focuses on further refining the core aircraft systems, particularly around flight management, navigation, and the autoland or auto-flight behaviour. Building on previous updates, will the team continue to improve overall accuracy and consistency across all phases of flight. Ongoing work to enhance the VNAV logic, flight planning, and system reliability. As with earlier patches, it also addresses a range of bugs and edge cases, helping to stabilise performance and improve usability. INI have been constantly iterating on the A350 since its release. We've seen a lot of updates here, and the changelog primarily fixed the aircraft inadvertently entered descent mode. It was impossible to re-enter climb. Fixed having multiple planned step climb causes them to overlap. Fixed the fuel burn predictions, aircraft auto rotating, the displays for VORs, DMEs. ADS-B readout was showing unrealistic high vertical speeds. Adjusted the roll axis sensitivity, and they've added an override for maintenance items to be prepared. Great news once again from INI bills. Absolutely incredible. The A350, I haven't flown it all that much. I need to jump back into it again. Grizzle has flown the thing. We watched Jamie fly it, Kenko fly it, Chewie fly it. It's a great aircraft to fly. I just haven't flown it an awful lot. I love their A340. I'm more attached to their A340, but whenever I see the 350, I'm like, oh, right, brilliant. So yes, we shall see what the story is. Let's see what happens. So moving on, a brand new trailer, Stratoware and Miltech on their upcoming BO-105 helicopter. So FS Elite, and my hat off to FS Elite. I thought they did an incredible job at FS Weekend. Their stage, absolutely insane. You got to see so many announcements, so many teams talking about what they're working on, and everything flowed quite well. Callum did an amazing job, and all the team. I mean, they were working from like silly o'clock in the morning all the way through. Incredible effort by them. But anyway, what we have here, Stratoware, which was formerly Project Stratosphere, in partnership with Miltech Simulations, well, they're working on their BO-105 helicopter coming to both 2020 and 2024. It is that of a multi-role helicopter. It was used a lot for HEMS missions, law enforcement, search and rescue, even used in aerobatics by Red Bull. I think it's Red Bull. It's a German helicopter being developed for an uncompromising focus on realism, performance and versatility. This is one that Epic Fool hasn't been able to sleep since it was announced. The flight model has been developed in collaboration with real-world BO-105 pilots, and from its responsive controls to aerobatic capabilities, well, the 105's flight model has been meticulously crafted as an accurate reflection of the unique handling capabilities of an agile light helicopter. The developer has also taken full advantage of 2024's native flight model capabilities. It's always been a bit of a, scratch the head, right? Helicopter modeling inside Microsoft Flight Sim. It's hard work. It's hard work for developers to actually tweak things enough to give you that sense of being in a helicopter, right? Because some of them make them too jittery, some of them make them far too stable. There's a balance. So it'll be interesting to see what Miltech manage here working with Stratoware. Do you know what I mean? Evitech, good to see you, buddy. Corn Wolf, thank you very much indeed. Cheers, buddy. But yeah, we'll check this out here now. Upon release, it's going to include a wide range of variants and liveries to reflect the chopper's diverse use cases across civil and operational roles. We mentioned that, anything from law enforcement, military, right, and so on. When it comes to the different variants, high landing gear variants, military variants, police unit with functional camera systems, aerobatic variants with functional smoke systems, and also medical evacuation setups. Such a strong focus on fidelity and performance, Stratoware and Miltech aim to set a new benchmark in helicopter simulation. No release date yet, but we do have a trailer, so we'll have to check it out. Are we ready? We'll press some buttons. I'm going to get in terrible trouble with all the music tonight, but as I said, we'll blame MuseFan.
Introducing the Boco BO-105 helicopter, developed by Stratoware in partnership with Miltech Simulations, and sound design by Echo 19. Coming soon to Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 and 2024.
That voice is incredible. Right, brilliant, absolutely cracking trailer there from Aviation lads, and doesn't it look amazing for the helicopter? Folks who like to fly the mad things. It looks absolutely incredible. We don't have a full release date, nor do we have a price, but it does look very, very good indeed. Very excited to fly this chopper, and some fighting words there from the developer saying, look, they're trying to make this the best, and they have steep competition there as well. So very much looking forward to this. So who does that? Who even flies those things? Yeah, I know this kind of crazy lad who has a lovely hat and wears nice shirts. Are you still talking? Were you still talking? Right, Joel. Joel flies choppers all the time. Viper, I nearly fell for that, but I read it beforehand. Would love to see a Westland Sea King. So Daniel, there's actually a Sea King in development by Teox Hangar and a Dauphin. So there's lots of whirlybirds on the way, which is great to see. Poor El Scott, we're going to be here for a while tonight, lads. It's busy. So by the time you make the dinner, have the dinner and come back, sure, we'll still be plugging away, right? So moving on, Orbex, Montague Ureka for Flight Sim 2024. It's now available. We're going to check this scenery out tonight. It's a bush pilot, kind of neck of the woods, sort of. And practitioners of the stick and rudder discipline, right? Brilliant. Having quite the week. Black Square's Caravan officially released, and now we have Orbex releasing one Oscar 5, Montague Recca, and River Strips for Flight Sim 2024. This is out, it's actually in Northern California, not too far from the Oregon border, and it offers pilots an interesting mix of both general aviation and bush flying, along with the mighty Klamath River. Start at the Montague Recca Airport by opening the hangar door with your nav lights, take off, and find 3 historical ridges and 3 progressively more challenging bush strips. English Murphy, you can do it. And right, there's loads of stuff. We're going to be checking this one out, as I said, tonight. It's available right now over on Orbex. $8.44, €7.30, or £6.33 in sterling. Some of the pictures that we have here, it just looks like absolutely stunning scenery, right? And the fact that they've included these little bush strips as well, great stuff. Absolutely great stuff. So yeah, we're going to be checking this one out live in a little bit. Don't talk to me about the Sea King, right? Loving the uptick in flight sim competitions all around. Yeah, it's awesome. There's a lot going on in our sim now, and okay, around massive events like FSWeekend and FS Expo, you're going to get a lot of news from developers, and people think, oh, it's gone very quiet. That's a good sign usually when developers go quiet because, well, they're busy, right? Yeah, there's bus trips in the sim now, Al. Yeah, 100%. So we're going to be checking this one out a little bit later on just to get an idea of it. But like looking at some of the pictures here, doesn't it look gorgeous? Like, gorgeous, right? Absolutely fantastic. So we'll have a blast at this now in a bit. Now, Aerosoft have released Stuttgart Airport Echo Delta Delta Sierra, just released today. This is what we're checking out as well tonight. The rendition is now available in Flight Sim 2024, available from the Aerosoft store, built exclusively for Flight Sim 2024 by Joe Erland and also Lucas, the team behind Aerosoft's Dusseldorf Airport. So the details, we were looking at this as a preview a little while ago. The airport itself, the extensive feature list, its scope here, right? An accurate March 2026 airport layout, custom terrain elevation, high resolution textures, custom taxiway, apron lighting. It has the visual docking guidance system. They also have GSX visual docking guiding system, AI traffic parking codes, and also it covers the power plant, custom landmarks with accurate night lighting. Airport interiors are done. Large parts of the terminal are walkable in avatar mode, accessible through jetways or landside entrances. Animated passenger models, proximity triggered doors, functioning elevators, and a beautifully modelled visitor terrace with exhibition space, like a little museum up on top. The Airfield Companion Pack is also available separately for €10.33, covering 6 general aviation and glider airfields in the wider Stuttgart area. Each has been recreated from on-site photography with custom orthophotos, terrain mesh, night lighting, animated windsocks and landing direction indicators, and custom clutter including glider trailers, caravans, fences. The 6 airfields are Pattonville, which hosts the the Luften helicopter base. We also have Hanved. We have Voxtersberg, Grabenstetten, Esselden Jägerhaus, and also Dacken-Fron. My pronunciation is as shocking as you could have imagined. Both products are available together as a bundle for €31. We're going to be checking out Stuttgart itself, the main airport, just to give an idea of what you can expect. But great news here from Aerosoft. A lot of work has gone into this, so yeah, very excited to see this. It looks absolutely class, so we'll be checking that out now in a little bit. Island Creations have released Tenerife scenery for Stevie B for Microsoft Flight Sim with its own custom aerial imagery. This is pretty awesome, right? You probably caused a diplomatic incident with those pronunciations. And if I did the last presentation, if I spoke with a German accent, and anyone being able to watch the stream would say that is clearly how one pronounces the names. Yeah. But I didn't, because I'm a Muppet and it was terrible. But anyway, over to Tenerife, where things are a little bit warmer. And as we can see, these are using their own custom aerial imagery. Tenerife, one of those destinations that should look spectacular, a volcanic island dominated by Mount Teide, Spain's highest peak, dramatic coastline cliffs, and a densely lit resort towns all along the southern shore. The default 2024 rendering gets the broad strokes right, but as the comparison screenshots shared by Island Creations show clearly, there is a considerable gap between the default satellite imagery and what custom scenery can achieve here. Island Creations, a developer that has been building a catalogue of Canary Island scenery for both 2020 and 2024. They've now released its Tenerife add-on, and the product focuses on the 3 main areas: terrain and image quality, port and coastal detail, and also the night lighting. The most immediately visible change is the comparison images as the ground texture work around Mount Teide and also the Las Canadas caldera. The default rendering covers the volcanic landscape in generic brownish-green tones that kind of flatten the drama of the terrain considerably. Now, I've been to Tenerife, I've driven up to this volcano, and it was like being on another planet. Anyone who's visited here, you go up to where the ski lifts are, they bring you up for a closer look, and you look out, it is like being on Mars. It's mad looking, right? This add-on replaces this kind of strangeness with color-corrected aerial imagery that the developer says was manually adjusted to remove the greenish tint common in satellite data, bringing out the reds, blacks and ochres of the lava fields and volcanic rock more accurately. We have a bit of a comparison here. And you can kind of see, well, yes, right? The left-hand side being default, and there is a lot of green there. You fly over it, you don't really notice it. But if you're from this neck of the woods or you visited here, and now you can see the difference. It's like, well, that's a huge difference. That is a huge difference, right? The coastal cliff areas along the North Island tell a similar story. The add-on shows the steep cliff faces and terraced agricultural land is noticeably sharper. Then we get into the custom water masks, and then, of course, we have the ports. This one down here with the L. Freddie Olsen tips across to La Gomera, I think it is. And the night lighting here looks spectacular. Absolutely incredible. So you could say, yeah, well, if it's only a map, couldn't I use like map enhancement and all this kind of jazz? Yeah, but you're getting a lot more than simply just the ground textures. I mean, you're getting custom water masking, you're getting the ports, you're getting the night lighting and everything else. Vegetation was also adjusted to match the aerial imagery. So the add-on is available in 3 tiers from Sim Market. Standard edition at $16.53, premium at $20, and premium plus at $25.83. The higher tiers offer higher resolution textures up to 4K, suited to detailed low flying and VR. That's interesting. Do they have the darker sands beach? That'd be interesting. Yeah, some of their beaches, the sand is actually, it's more black than it is kind of that golden colour. Big Al. Big Al, you're like a fella who once had his toes running through that sand, or salt waters between the cheeks of your face. Right. But anyway, it's good to see this because we don't see much of this. Everything's usually left to Microsoft because they do such a great job, right? When you start seeing this heightened level of detail, it's very interesting, right? So yes, we'll have to check it all out. Sis Corner's here. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome in. I mentioned it once, but I think I got away with it. Orbital 42. Now, Orbex Atlanta Airport now targeting mid-April after a final delay. So back in August, in what was supposed to be the third and final dev update of Orbex Hartsfield Jackson Atlanta, the largest or the busiest airport in the world, the developers were targeting Christmas of 2025. However, the window came and it went. This weekend, Orbex have shared a fourth update confirming a revised target of mid-April 2026. So the delay is attributed to a combination of factors. The scale of the airport, some mesh issues, English Murph, they've since resolved those. And then they had the process of converting everything to the native 2024 assets. The remaining work, relatively short, covering final placement of ground service equipment, vehicles, trees and people, custom 3D taxiway signs, custom approach, taxiway lighting, and completing all the animations. So they reckon, give us about a month, we'll have this out. So a couple of new screenshots came out as well, showing just some of the details that they're working on. Atlanta, Georgia, Hartsfield, this airport, as I said, it is the busiest airport on the planet, would you believe? Which is, it just handles so much traffic, both, passenger and cargo operations. It is a huge airport. And I think anyone undertaking this, regardless of the studio, this was always going to be a massive project to work on. Do you know? Rick, good to see you, buddy. Cyber Dammy is here. Welcome aboard. Henry, good to see you. In the world. Come on, Cornwolf. But this is, I'm very excited to see this from Orbex because usually you get a lot of the general aviation, the bush trip, runways and so forth. It's been a while since they tackled something of this scale, so I'm interested to see how it gets on. Still no Char de Gaulle at the moment, Eamon. It is coming soon, though. It is coming soon. It's also worth noting, ImagineSim released their fully rebuilt version of this airport in July 2025. So there's already an option on the market, but Orbex very much positioning itself as the higher end of the detailed spectrum. So let's give it a month. We'll definitely try it out. As I said, it's an airport I want to see, and it just gives you a lot of options flying in and out of Atlanta, Georgia. Skinny Mark, good to see you, buddy. Welcome aboard. Hello from Halifax. Hello from Tipperary. You're welcome in. Now, lads, Flight Sim Weekend, right? Who would have thought? Yes, we were at FSWeekend just this past weekend, and I got to say, we had a fair bit of coverage. Walking around, and we mentioned it in our coverage. We were here last year. Last year was the first time I was at FS Weekend, and I really liked it. I mean, I love the vibe. I love that, here we have the Aviodrome. It's a full museum. It's an aviation museum. And, you mix flight sim with this. It's just the perfect kind of recipe. Back in 2023, of course, we had Flight Sim Expo in Houston over at the Houston, what was it, the Lone Star Museum. Absolutely incredible. There's just something about, I think, there's something about having the real aircraft around flight sim equipment than just like, here's a convention hall. There's just something that adds to it. It was busy. I gotta say, I don't think they've posted official numbers just yet, but it definitely felt way busier this year than it did last year. It was definitely bigger in terms of scale. They had a lot more booths. They had the IndyBuilds hall. They had the Navigraph hall. They had the wind control hall. They had a lot of stuff here. And of course, it was the very first time Microsoft Flight Simulator, the Microsoft Flight Sim team, in an official capacity, were actually at this event, which was absolutely incredible. I got to meet with Jane. CD was there. I got to meet Peter, and other members of the Flight Sim team who, we rarely see them. We'll see CD on a live stream, and we'll see Jane the odd time on a live stream, and Peter, but you rarely get to see them and being able to have a chat in person because they're always busy. They're working on stuff, right? So that was a really nice way to just get in front of them, But in terms of the layout, it's a great premises. You know, the venue is fantastic. I think it's at its absolute upper limit in terms of capacity, though. And the reason why I'm saying this, there's not enough jacks in the place. There's like 4 jacks, right? Toilets, restrooms, water closets, whatever we call them. Not an awful lot of drinking water available. So then you have to depend on catering. And then when it comes to the catering, okay, you have options in terms of like what types of food you want, but feedback I got from people, they were queuing for almost an hour to get a freaking cup of tea and a sandwich. So like this is very important feedback, right? I mean, if you book them, they will come. To be fair to the organisers, to the whole team at FS Weekend, I'm sure they weren't expecting the numbers that they got. So this is definitely something that can fuel and aim towards next year with making kind of more refinements, right? Because there is nothing worse. It's a busy day. You want to get around. You're talking to people. I thought in terms of the building itself, in terms of, you know, crowd control and temperature and all that, very well. There were issues with the internet. You know, it seemed to correct itself as the day went on. There was a couple of things, but overall, the event itself went very, very well. The only challenge would be now is dealing with the sheer capacity of people, the volume of people. And when you build the day or you schedule the day around certain times, for example, okay, there'll be nothing on between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock in the event hall from FS Elite. Well, what did they think was going to happen? Well, you're now going to have the world and its mother going in to queue up for a cup of tea and a sandwich. I think everyone who wanted or queued up, they got stuff, right? But I think that just added a little bit of a bit of negativity for some people, thinking, for crying out loud, all I wanted was this and it took ages. Like even a lack of vending machines. Do you know what I mean? So they were saying on Discord, no limit for tickets for people showing up. I think it was a mistake. Yeah, well, I think, I think there's scope here to learn from. And to be honest, right, the reality is this, lads. I would rather have that sort of a complaint than saying, you know, X and Y exhibitors didn't show up. We'd no power. We'd know this. We'd know that. You know what I mean? But it's definitely feedback. And it's important as us, as a flight sim community, do feed back this information. Be nice about it, but they'll need this information because, you know, when the FS Weekend team sit down to start planning, they'll look back at what happened. They'll look at the numbers and it's all positive. It's all great. But you become victim of your own success, whereby, well, we're talking about scale here. We're talking about scale. You know what I mean? There is a logistics issue here as well, I find. We drove, and hats off to Gibbo, because, like, he'd have given Nigel Mansell a run for his money. You know what I'm saying? Like, Gibbo just was a champ when it came to driving. If we didn't have that, we'd have been... Taxis are so dear out here. Like, they're wildly expensive. And you're not in walking distance. The venue is in one of those kind of hard to reach places. There are buses that run, and if you get a bicycle or, you know, if you know a Steiny, right, they'll get you to and from. But, like, you have a logistics issue and you kind of have a catering issue. And they all kind of fall under logistics support, right? So that's something I think they need to work on. But notwithstanding all of that, Patrick Doyle, 17 months. Thank you very, very much indeed. But yeah, notwithstanding, or like, put all of that to one side. In terms how the event actually went, I thought it was incredible. I was chatting to a lot of folks. It was either going to be their first time at an FS Weekend, or, you know, other people, they've been at the venue for years upon years. And I think a lot of people said the same thing. Brilliant, absolutely excellent, massive, great to see so many people there. You know what I mean? Is that like booking a hotel in Houston without a bar? Listen, I did that for Muse Van, so, you know. But yeah, Gibbo for sainthood, says Adam. Yeah, 100%. But yeah, I'm a terrible passenger. My knuckles were white. Slow down, Gibbo. You know, I had them freezing in the car. I needed the aircon on full whack, and it wasn't exactly warm, but, like, I'm a really bad passenger. Like, I'm shocking bad. I get queasy, and, like, if I'm driving, I'm fine, right? And I'm not too bad in a plane. Buses I can't do. Trains I'm not too bad. A car, I'm the worst passenger you can ever get, right? But anyway, yeah, I had the lads were absolutely frozen. It was so funny. Steiny, it wasn't too bad. I didn't have, to be honest, Steiny, I didn't have room to be nervous. We were all burst into it, you know. But yeah, there were a few other reasons we needed air fresheners as well. Yeah, Jesus, yeah. Great crack. But we got in anyway. We left Dublin, or we got to Dublin. We had time for a few glasses of orange juice, you know, in a Guinness pint with Guinness. It was just Guinness, and we grabbed a bite to eat in Dublin Airport. We flew on Ryanair. We landed at Amsterdam, and there was a bit of a hike to get through, but we got through. All was well, and before we knew it, we're in the car and we arrived at the hotel, and it was a great hotel. We stayed in Almere, which is it's about 20 minutes away from Lelystad. There's a bit more going on in the town of Almere. Now, it's not like you're in, you know, Temple Bar, but there's a bit going on. There's a lot of little restaurants and cafes. There's things to do. There's pool halls. There's all this kind of stuff. A lot more there than what's in Lelystad itself. And it gave us the chance, of course, to meet up with folks on the Friday night. So parked the car and then went in, checked into the hotel. Fine hotel. The Plaza was the hotel. Fine hotel. Very nice hotel. The room was grand. They had like an RSJ in the room. The frame of the building was in the room, you know. It was great crack. But yeah, fine hotel. We rambled down into the town and we said, right, we'll go for a bite to eat and a pint. And that's exactly what we did. And we went to a place called Men at Work. And to be honest now, lads, you know, there was no men at work. They were sitting around, but it was grand. We ordered food. Food came from like, you know, half a kilometre down the road. The local bridie came up saying, that's what she ordered. The lads, right, mad place. But anyway, it was grand. And we were having a few drinks there, and we met up with some friends. It was incredible. Eamon was out there. We got Daddy Plump was out there. The lads came up. You know, Steiny was there. Captain Kenobi was there. Lord Freet was there, and many others. It was just good crack. Do you know? So we're having a few drinks, having the crack, and then on our way home, we said, no, we need to go home early. So on our way home, we stumbled upon a pool hall, and we said, sure, we better go in and have a game of pool. You see, London Controllers here. Jamie, good to see you, buddy. Yeah, it was a fantastic weekend, man. Fantastic. So we were just saying on Friday night, when we finished up in Almere, we went into a pool hall. It was actually all right. We played this arcade casino machine thingy. It was all to do with questions. I wasn't going to say this, but I'm going to say it now because the lads will just add rumours to it. Anyway, it was like a table quiz, and they were asking all these questions. And to be fair, Gibble got a few of them right. He guessed them though. The history question. It was like the last question. And I don't know what you would have won. Bragging rights, maybe you would have won like $50 or something. I don't know. But the last question, it was a Roman history question. And they were like, oh, Murph, we have it. We've won. I got the shagging thing wrong. I got it wrong. Right. So the lads were disgusted. And they'll never talk to me again. You know, all that talk of Roman history and you got it wrong. They were disgusted. I was disgusted. So much so, I went on to Google, who made this feckin' machine? The questions are wrong. I got it wrong. Right, I got it wrong. But we then proceeded to play some pool, which is great crack. And for the record, and I want everyone to know this because it's very important, I beat Muse Fan at pool. I beat him fair and square, and he didn't beat himself. So that's all I have to say about the night. I beat Muse Fan. Right? Brilliant. Yeah, the Romans. The question was, like, what was the original Latin name for a town? Or this name was the original name for a town. But anyway, so that was the crack. We headed back to the hotel room then. We were watching Wheel of Fortune, Indian style, with some Indian fella dancing. Great fun. Went to sleep, got up the next morning, bright and early, and we headed down to the venue. Now, what was happening on the Friday night, and we watched it with our phones, was, of course, the FS or the Flight Sim Awards. Now, the Flight Sim Awards premiered last year. That was the first time they it's a thing. And, watching last year, we were at the captain's dinner. This year we weren't, but I got to make a little video. You see, the team reached out and said, Murph, would you do a thing? I will. So I put together a video for the pre-show. And that's what it was. It was just whatever, a couple of minutes. And like, you know, I was like, I talk fast. Like, I'll get this done in about 6 minutes or so. Oh yeah, that should be okay. Edson wasn't impressed. I saw Edson complaining we'd be finished in 3 minutes. Yeah, right. So it was 6 minutes. But anyway, that was grand. Did the pre-show video. They played that, and then we had Nick and we had Katie host the awards themselves. And again, a massive congratulations for anyone who was nominated and the winners as well. This was all done on the community side, whereby, you know, we were given the options. We could name who we wanted to name. They counted up all the names, and then after that, you had to go and vote for them. Whether or not if many people voted is anyone's guess, because, well, I don't know. Anyone I asked, did you vote? No. Did you vote? No. Right. Typical human responses. I don't like politics. Did you vote in the last election? Jesus, no. Well, then stop complaining. No, I will complain. Right. But anyway, so we ran all that, and it was a great night. There was a huge crowd there, and everything ran fairly well. So on Saturday, we then rambled down to the venue. And if you haven't been there before, it's actually at an airport. It's a big airport. They have a commercial terminal parked there, but it's not functioning. It's something to do with planning permission. So it's still very much general aviation operations at the airfield. So now there's talk to say that, you know, bureaucracy, they reckon this terminal will open, and if it does, well, now you might start seeing commercial traffic fly into Lelystad, which would be great, you see. It's domestic at the moment, but that terminal they built would probably handle international stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah, fly by it. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Practically Geek is here. Good to see you, buddy. We were watching your trailer work on the 7.5. Excellent work, my guy. Excellent work. So we got there on Saturday morning, and there was a schedule, right? I mean, it's busy, right? There was a busy schedule. The FS Elite stage, and again, I said this earlier on, the FS Elite stage, Callum was running that, and the team, absolutely incredible. An amazing setup, and they were on point all day, and they were just flat out busy. So before you really had time, I mean, I'd enough time to get in, have a quick look around. Where's everyone? Grand. Now it was time to go in to the FS Elite stage, because first up was Microsoft Flight Sim, and that's where Jorg gave a keynote. It was by video. Jorg shared with us some very some sad news, saying that his mother isn't well, and he's over looking after her in Germany. And of course, it's mad. Like, you know, when we see Jorg, or we see anyone in the Flight Sim kind of platforms, those who make the sims, they're flight simmers just like we are. They are part of our community, just like you are, just like I am. So yeah, absolute thinking of Jorg and his family, and hoping for the best, because, well, they're one of us. They're one of us, you know. But anyway, Jorg had some really interesting news to share with us. So far, you know, he mentioned that there was a brand new aircraft which was built by INI Bills, and that was the Fokker 27 Friendship. It's an aircraft we're going to check out here now in a couple of moments. But not only that, the aircraft, we also have a brand new city update which covers the Netherlands and Belgium, which we have brand new photogrammetry, there's new POIs, but also in that, we also have a brand new airport, a native airport in the sim, which is from Gaia Simulations of Amsterdam Schiphol. Which is great to see, because we now have, because, you know, the flight tamper moment and the trees and the pyramid that Roy had to fix, well, we know the crack. So this new one it's native, and it works, and it's great. So the F-27, it is a paid add-on. It's a local legend, and when it comes to the city updates, well, they're free. So you have an option. And that was the announcements. Jorg then went on to talk about the avionics and aircraft update. Remember those series? We had the AA1, AA2, or AAU2, AAU3. And they basically focus on enhancing aircraft, kind of bringing them up to a higher standard, getting more, accurate systems modeling, be it for navigation or the aircraft systems specifically. And with that, there was a couple of really interesting mentions, right? Apart from the aircraft that they mentioned in this, right? I think I have it down here because Threshold did a great cover of it. The AAU update stuff, which was pretty cool, right? So the aircraft and avionics update, it's due to ship with Sim Update 5. And they're hoping Sim Update 5, Jorg's words were, in a few weeks. In a few weeks, right? So it's going to bring updates to the ATR, which is great news. Fully enhanced, made better, couple of fixes, working properly in 2024. We're also seeing it come to the Antonov, the AN2, the Fokker F7, and also the Latacuere, and also the Savoia Marchetti. Now, what it does, it enhances the aircraft, but it also makes them compatible, or more compatible, when it comes to Flight Sim 2024, specifically career mode, because they have different variants of the aircraft that can now operate inside the career mode. And for a lot of people, that's just great news. Great news, because they get to fly with them, right? So we have a couple of pictures here and also the trailer. I want to show you the trailer. Threshold did an amazing job as well. I mean, you know, I didn't look at any of the German stuff, but they were there in force as well. But the Aviodrome, it's so big in terms of how do you cover everything. So between FS Elite, between Threshold, and between where is it now? The other lads. Jesus, what's the name of them? I do look at the stuff because you can actually you can translate all the stuff over. Where is it now? I'll find it here. Look, can't believe I don't know the name. This is just like, Murphy, you're such a muppet. It is Threshold. It's FS Elite Cruise Level. cruiselevel.de. Highly recommend you go over and have a look at their website. Incredible stuff, right? But anyway, so that's where it's all covered from. And we got some pictures here. That's of course, that's your Fokker F27 parked right outside the door. This is at the Flight Sim Awards that night, where there was the captain's dinner. And then they had the awards then shortly after. And it seemed to be a very busy spot. People whining and dining, and just great for networking and having the chats and so on. That was during the award ceremony itself. And then this was the entry then on Saturday morning. We awoke to a very foggy, relatively cold morning, but the sun blew away the fog as the day went on. People were literally queuing around the corner to get in. That was our first like, wait, what? That's a Fokker 50. Oh, is it? Jesus, super tight it is. Look, he knows his planes. People were queuing to get in. The event itself started at 10 a.m, so there was crowds queuing. That was our first hint, if you like, of this is going to be busy, right? So once you kind of get in, it was very much, right, quick run around, let's see what's happening, and then it's get into that FS Elite stage. They have a beautiful kind of theatre in there. 250 people, and even at that it filled instantly and there was still queues coming in. It was incredible. So we have this trailer here from Microsoft. It's the official trailer. We need to watch it because in case you missed it, this has added some incredible detail. So we'll have a quick look at this now, and we've a few more to play as well. Savage. Now, when this was announced, it went live straight away. I mean, it was instantly live. So that was made available to everyone straight away. So that's the new city update. And then we got news, of course, of the updates coming to the aircraft and avionics update number 5. And it's all due to ship Look at these handsome fellas here, look. Good looking fellas, you know. Janie then. There's a Gibbo, there's a Murph, there's an Adam, and there's a Muse. Great bunch of lads. That's where we were sitting. But it's quite a big auditorium. As soon as we got that information, you're continued on. Because there was also something else he mentioned as part of the avionics update. We're also going to be getting the brand new Aviation avionics system, which is going to be included with Sim Update 5. Now, that set of avionics, they got it from the their newest or the last aircraft that they released. It's all modern avionics that can be dialed in. And I got to say, it looks incredible. Working titler on that, and it just gives us more default navigation options inside of that of your GNSs. So it's very, very much looking forward to seeing how the avionics options work within the sim. Because it will, the Boom, yes, could man yourself, or it's from the Boom aircraft, which look incredible. The avionics in that are class. They're coming now. They're going to be retrofitted across all the fleet that have the GNS on board. That was very exciting. Then a very fitting aircraft for FS Weekend, the local Legend 23, the Fokker F-27 Friendship. We saw this trailer up next, in which we'll go to this screen because we can probably play a bit better and better gadgets. So check this one out. Jesus, Murphy, you had one job. I had one job and I made an absolute balls of it. Wait now, don't panic. I paused that one. Shh. I'll pause this one. Right, we'll try that again. We'll do an edit there. Right. Oh, you saw nothing. What do we say when someone asks for a refund? Answers in chat, please. Isn't it only gorgeous? Now, anyone who's flown in Irish airspace, you know, over the years, well, Aer Lingus flew these, the old Fokker Friendship, and these things were a rickety machine. They were replaced later, of course, with the ATRs, but these are a phenomenal aircraft, and there's two of these actually parked at Lelystad at the Aviodrome. One was over the Microsoft Flight Sim booth, which was awesome, and there's one parked outside in the original KLM covers. So the aircraft, which is the local Legend 23. That's a payware add-on. Depending on what level of the sim that you purchased, that'll give you different discount options. But yeah, I&I Bills definitely brought this. They definitely brought this to fruition. You can see it's class. This is a nice plane. We're going to check it out now as well. I'm looking at my time. It's going to be late, but we'll check it out. So that was announced as well. So great news from Microsoft Flight Simulator in terms of they're busy working on Sim Update 5. The aircraft and avionics update is also being built into that. They have a brand new aircraft with the local Legend. They have brand new scenery from the city update, avionics coming in. And they also mentioned that PlayStation VR is also on its way, and they're aiming to release that very soon as well. Now, virtual reality in itself, something that me and Gibbo were chatting about at length, like it's so very hard to kind of explain or give someone a demonstration of what it's like purely by looking at a video. How VR Flight Sim Guy does it, but he does it, it requires a very particular set of skills, right? Because when you look at it, it looks a bit shaky or janky, and I don't know. When you experience VR, and it's something that you have to experience before you actually get it, right? It is a game changer, without a shadow of a doubt. And it's interesting the importance of VR, considering at the moment, right, the entire flight sim industry, the bubble, this little world we live inside, it's heavily dominated now by hardware, innovation in hardware. And there's one or two companies really leading the push here, right? And when it comes to the availability and the ingenuity, right? For a VR pilot's perspective, yes, you can utilize all that hardware, you can use pass-through, and it's all technical and wow. But if you go down the road of being a VR pilot, you don't necessarily need all of that extra hardware because, well, any aircraft you sit into in VR, well, you have the entire flight deck in front of you. All the different types of controls, avionics and all the jazz, and you can still interact with your normal setup. So there's pros and cons against. I think where VR currently sits for Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, Sim Update 4 brought with it a lot of enhancements to VR. Foveated rendering got in there, sharper displays, better performance. Sim Update 5 has even more coming. And I think it's vital because for a platform that's moving, to PlayStation VR, it needs to be very, very solid. And if it's going to be very, very solid for the PlayStation VR, well, then that'll feed back into what we have in the PC world of some of the higher tier VR hardware. PlayStation VR, if you were to compare that to something like Pimax, I mean, there's a huge difference between both of them. The depth of detail on the screens, your field of view, the peripheral, the audio, the motion, the refresh rate, hertz, foveated rendering, eye tracking. You have a lot of options when it comes to Pimax, who are very much at like the higher end of the scale when it comes to VR. And there's a lot of other competition, a lot more competition jumping into that space as well. On the PlayStation, well, you're locked into one unit. That's it. So there's going to be pros for that. The cons, well, it mightn't be as sharp, it mightn't look as well. But because it's only one unit, in terms of like getting that balance right, it's going to be easier balance that than try and balance everyone else's. You know what I mean? So I think there's going to be great. There will be a great response, I think, for a lot of pilots, perhaps trying VR for the very first time in a flight sim via the PlayStation. Considering you can buy a PlayStation, the sim, and a VR headset for roughly the same price of a VR headset over in the PC world, right? That's just the reality of it, lads, right? So, very, very exciting news when it comes to VR as well. So, as I said, Microsoft very busy doing what they're doing. There was some questions about, there's no updates, there's no this. I wouldn't always, alert the guard. It's very much, well, they're busy. Keep the head down and see what happens, right? So after Microsoft's keynote, I ran out to do my stuff, and then, Gibbo was focusing on all of this. Very kindly gave me the information. I did catch up with it later and having a chat to Gibbo because, well, the show, this was stolen. The Wind Control came out with an update, and they covered a number of different things with their updates, right? They were talking about, they announced hardware last year, like the radio panels and all this kind of stuff. And they had delays last year, right? I mean, they had to go through all the rebranding, and these are reasons for delays, right? However, apart from the updates and upgrades, in particular when it comes to the version 2 of their Orion series, right? The Ursa Minor that we know, but also their Orion series, they're all getting a version 2, right? Which is all using the engineering, the technology, and the methodology that they've baked into these kind of Ursa Minor product lineups. So they're now going across. So you're getting a lot of version 2s. The biggest thing here was this. The overhead 32 SOP. Now, this is based on an Airbus overhead. This is just mind-boggling because the reality of this, lads, and what this means for flight sim consumers, well, that's us, right? It appears to be full scale. It appears to have everything you need when flying the Airbus. It's backlit. It's USB. And the pricing is absolutely incredible here. $349.95 US dollars for an Airbus overhead panel. Now, I did mention, I reckon, keep an eye out for overheads, because that's what else? Windwing have already done it, or Wing Control have already done it. They've done it. They've done pedals. They've done your throttles. They've done all the gear. They didn't do these, and now they're doing these, right? Brillar Gaming, thank you very much. My wife would be furious if I came home with something like this. But like, $349, we were only saying this during a live stream, like, go back a couple of years ago, you wanted an overhead, you were talking 3,000 or 4,000 euros for one of these. Thousands, right? Like $349.95 for an overhead panel. Like, lads, jeez, this is huge, right? And if they're working on this, they said they're going to have more news in June. So, I mean, I imagine you don't need to be a particular type of genius, but like, well, they've already done Airbus stuff and they've done Boeing stuff. We're getting a lot of Airbus stuff, so I can only imagine, well, the Boeing stuff is going to happen next. What Wind Control are doing, and it's almost like, they're going Ryanair on the flight sim hardware community, because they're driving the price, and they're not just bringing prices down. These guys are like aggressively driving the prices down to consumers. This is absolutely incredible for us. Not particularly good if you're one of the, their competitors. The likes of, who were the other lads? Rosefire and Scalarchy are top tier stuff. But like, this is absolutely great news, because if you're going to buy, if you're sitting down to say, right, I want an overhead panel from Wind Control, just like all their other equipment, and you're going to say, well, this is the price for the Wind Control stuff, that works, or I can spend 200 or 300 euros more and the button might feel, 8% more realistic. It's like, wait, what? You know what I mean? So I think this is huge. Colonel Fork, 100%. They are revamping the military stuff. They're all getting a version 2. So during their keynote, they were talking about the Ursa Minor, they were talking about the Orions, all the different screens that they have, the throttles, the joysticks. They're all getting upgraded to a version 2, which is very interesting. So yeah, I think this was huge news when it came from Wind Control. Like, absolutely, like, massive, the stuff that they're bringing to our sim. This is expected later this year, right? There was no modularity from what I've seen. I think this is the complete overhead. It's not like buy this part for 100, that part for 150. It's the one unit, right? So yeah, I'm very, very, very excited to see this thing lands. Wind Control did, right? I don't know what it's like right now. If you order something today, what's the timeline in terms of logistics, right? Mounting, I think at the back, it's VESA mount or VESA mount. But we'll definitely learn more about this coming soon. And again, for those who fly the airliners most, and I'm talking about content creators, the likes of Jamie, the likes of Ian and Chewy, and Grizzle, check them out using the gear, right? I'll hopefully get my hands on this at some stage, and where to put it. Well, I can fit it there. I can fit it there. Look, send it on to me. But I do think we've seen overheads already by some of our own community members. I mean, Daza has the overhead. We've seen a few more on our SimRig reviews. They do add an incredible amount of detail and immersion to your flying. And even what Naughty Gnome did with using a tablet, you still get the immersion, but this is on a different level, lads. You know what I mean? This is like absolutely huge. This was, I think, the loudest of the hardware announcements. This is a groundbreaking one, and it's not because it's just an overhead and it looks the part. It's the pricing. This smashes the competition. This smashes all competition. Not like 50 quid cheap. This smashes it. This is like half the price of Rosefire, and like them lads came in cheap. Scalarchy, you'd added another zero there and you might be getting well. You know what I mean? So I thought this is great news from Wind Control. And like that, they spoke about, where is it now? They spoke about other bits here as well. So what we have some information on it here. So the pricing. So it's true to scale, right? Like it's true to scale, absolutely nuts. The images revealed during the presentation give a very clear picture of what Wind Control have built. The panel covers the full A320 overhead from the engine fire handles, the APU section at the top, down through the electrical, hydraulic, fuel, pressurization, flight controls, anti-ice and lights, all the way down to the wiper and rain repellent. The render quality shown is detailed with true-to-scale switches, knobs and indicators, and Wind Control saying it is a highly realistic control feedback. Green bus bar lines are visible running across the electrical system, matching the layout of the real aircraft. Like, it's mad. Absolutely friggin' mad. True to scale switches, knobs and indicators, high realistic control feedback. Like, it's just nuts. The overhead will be available to see it in person in June, which one can only imagine. These are going to be at Flight Sim Expo in Minneapolis, which is going to be absolutely incredible to see. They also announced their Cyber Taurus force feedback joystick system, new rudder pedals, a yoke, and several other products as well. So what we have here, it wasn't just about the overhead, although it was the loudest. A year later, back on the same stage in Lelystad, operating under a new name, Wind Control have made good on that promise when they talked about their Cyber Taurus joystick. Pre-orders are going to open in about 2 weeks. They plan to ship these at the end of April. And what they're doing here, it's a belt-driven entry point delivering up to 30 Newton meters of peak torque, 23 Newton meters across other axes, aimed at covering the control range of classic aircraft. That's all these different EB. These are the force feedback for the Cyber Taurus. Now, these are big-ass lumps of hardware. You compare that to like what Moza have brought out. These are considerably, they're bigger, they're bulkier. They may not be, very friendly when it comes to limited space at your sim setup or your gaming setup. That is something to consider here, right? But the Cyber Taurus joystick lineup remains at the levels previously announced: $414.95 for 23 Newton meters and 700 for 64, which is huge. The rudder pedals also upgraded, getting more force put into them. And then, of course, then they mentioned the Cyber Taurus yoke. It was first revealed back last year. They're still working on it, so we've no other information of it. You know what I mean? Wexford Hurler, good to see you, buddy. Wind Control also mentioned a more accessible yoke variant aimed at around $400 to $500 with 200 newtons of force. More details again promised for June. So with what they've already announced, new and updated products across the lineup. Here's what Colonel Fork was saying: the Ursa Minor fighter throttle, new addition for the military sim side of things, available in a base version and a full version with expanded panels. That'll start shipping in May. So they have the full announcement stuff here. There was a lot that they went through on stage when I looked this back. We've seen a lot of this before, the Cyber Taurus stuff. And as you can see, it's huge hardware. It's massive. But if you're talking about, a sim rig and all the sort of jazz, it's absolutely class looking, isn't it? Mad looking, but quite bulky. But that was another thing I have to say. This also works as a dual input solution. Thinking of flight schools here or clubs, whereby you move your joystick, your mates on the right hand side moves also. That could be an instructor, it could be whatever, but it's synchronized controls. Now, whether or not this has to be locked in with cables, or it's going to be online, you'll have the options of both. It'd be interesting to see if there's any latency, right? We've seen CLS do this, with their yokes, CLS 60 and whatnot. But I thought that was incredible. I mean, think about it. If we're both flying in an aircraft and I have the controls, your controls move. Now, Moza can do this. That's already available in the AB6 and the AB9. So it's pretty cool. So they're talking about, minimal front footprint. I don't know. I think they just look very bulky to me. You know what I mean? Very, very bulky. But it was incredible stuff to see. We'll skip on the video here. You can see now when it comes to the rudder pedals, also getting the Cyber Taurus force feedback thrown in there as well, right? The yoke, heavily aimed at Boeing 737. I mean, look at the state of this. This is going to be awesome stuff. What else do we have here now? Development development partners. Wind Control are working with a ton of aircraft developers to dial in all of these, all the settings and stuff. It's absolutely cool. We'll watch the announcement for the overhead, will we? Because didn't they show us a video on this? No, there was just a keynote. Where is it now? The price. When people see the price, they're like, huh? Like, isn't it nuts, lads? Absolutely nuts. So yeah, they went in through some other bits and bobs as well. They also mentioned these brand new desk mounting expansion systems, which gives more kind of options for how you mount all of this equipment. I've resolved using kind of, shelves and stuff from Amazon. Wind Control are going to have their own stuff coming out very, very soon. And then, of course, the throttle getting this version 2. Like, there's some class stuff coming out here as well. The Viper Ace throttle grip through, look, or grip 2. If you're looking at that, when they say Viper Ace, it's based on the Falcon, right? That's like the F-16. We've seen Thrustmaster come out with something like this, like in that class looking, isn't it? And then you see the price. You see the price, $244 US. Like, Thrustmaster were more expensive than that, weren't they? I think they were. So just absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. Would you get the Airbus overhead or rather right for the Boeing one? I'd probably get both, to be honest, if I can. I'd probably get both. But yeah, incredible stuff from Wind Control. Like, they absolutely smashed it, lads. They smashed it. Like, when we saw this being announced, we were like, holy mother, like, that's just friggin' nuts, right? So we then moved on. We saw the trailer. We watched it earlier on, of course, from Practically Geek of the 757, and then Navigraph were on the screen, and I actually had the chance to catch up at Navigraph. Navigraph are doing incredible things as a company, but also for the flight sim community. So Navigraph, look, I swear by charts, especially when charts version 8 came out and we had access now to VFR flying, right? And even this year saw the release. Was it even this year? It could have been last year, but it was this year we saw the release, of course, of the of the new European VFR sectionals. Huge updates. And we saw the launch of Navigraph Academy. So Navigraph very busy in terms of what they're working on, but they had 4 announcements to make. That's coming to charts soon. Very soon. And, there's always room for feedback. I got a chance to talk to Magnus. I spoke to Stephen and I had a good chat with, with Marcus and that on Saturday. I had a good sit down with them. And I was slagging because I was giving out about Scratchpad. It was brilliant. We caught up with Gordon as well. Anyone who I've spoken to or I've had the privilege of speaking with Navigraph, they are some of the most nicest people you can meet. They just are. They are very nice people, and they are so good at what they do. Their product, like it's they just have this air about them. They know what they're at, But anyway, good chat with them. Love what they're doing. The biggest feature that was announced, they looked at progressive taxi. They looked at, I think the biggest one, the most important one, I think, or I felt was missing from Navigraph charts was a measurement tool. A simple measurement tool. How far am I from exactly there? And to have that on an EFB, you need that on an EFB, right? Because it helps you calculate timings, calculate fuel burn, calculate everything, right? So that's now coming, which is a great bit of news. And they're going to add that in. You can measure by the ground, you can measure by the air. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant stuff. And they have more things in the pipeline as well. That's what makes it incredible. Navigraph, of course, they won 2 awards at the Flight Sim Awards. And even this year, then, outside of kind of flight simming, they've won excellence awards when it comes to, their corporate side, right? They're doing incredible things, lads. They really are. So keep an eye on what Navigraph are doing, because it's absolutely incredible. Now, we then moved on. Meridian. They took the opportunity during FSWeekend to announce a new product lineup, including a hybrid throttle quadrant and a flight control unit, a brand new yoke, and 2 purpose-built flight sim controllers. The Latitude Plus, priced at $350, is the new multi-purpose throttle quadrant. That's Toulouse. Where's it now? Latitude Plus, Toulouse edition. Where's the Latitude? Anyway, it's a throttle quadrant delivering 4 variants for distinct purposes to begin with. There's an Airbus-like Toulouse design. I was right. Then you have the Boeing kind of Everett design. That's not it. And then you have the sorry, where are we now? Then we have the Everett design, each with multi and single engine options. Furthermore, they can be fitted with a servo motor to motorize the trim wheel, pretty cool, and the throttle, and spoilers for an additional 50 quid. So you're now seeing, oh, there's machine in here. Pretty cool, right? The Horizon Pro is the new dual axis force feedback yoke system set to launch in early 2027. And we have pricing here. The X-Ray Plus is a new purpose-built Xbox controller engineered for flight simming, bringing 2 distinct configurations, airplanes and helicopters, and their equivalent set of required buttons. Landing gear control, flaps, trim, all from a single controller. And I love the way we have all this kind of stuff. Pending concept approval. Design subject to change. Well, that's, we shall see. I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. I'm rooting for Nikki. I would love to see this being a roaring success, right? I want this to be a roaring success because I think it's genius. This, what are we talking about? This sort of hardware that it's modular. You can add things to it, take things off it, buy the base model, and then after a couple of months or years or whatever, you buy more modules to go onto it. I love that. Brilliant. And the pricing looks very, very good as well. This is now the third time Meridian have in public spoke about new products. And it's exciting and it's great to see. If we go over to their website, we can see what's happening. New website, beta pre-order sign up for the yoke, beta pre-order start, beta pre-order sign up throttle, beta pre-order date confirmed, Flight Sim Weekend Lelystad, regular pre-order start, shipping beta pre-orders, shipping regular pre-orders, and then Flight Sim Expo. We're not seeing delivery. We're not seeing the stuff. We're not seeing, here it is. Here's the actual thing. Here it is working. Here it is plugged in. And I have them here in the boot of the car. Right? So my advice to anyone, if you're looking at the Meridian stuff, it looks great. Right? I'm loving the design. I love the idea. The concept here is very, very good. I advise strongly against pre-ordering. Just don't pre-order. Let it be released. Right? These lads, unfortunately, don't have a very good history when it comes to actually delivering the goods. It's just history. But, once bitten and twice shy. I would say, my advice, and it's just my opinion, I would advise against pre-ordering, right? Saying that, I really want this to be the success story, right? There's some pretty cool things going on there. I met with Nikki on Saturday night, and he's a man doing his absolute best. There is no question of that. And the reality is this: if he wasn't serious about making sure this actually becomes a reality, this becomes real, people will get their stuff delivered, you wouldn't see him at Flight Sim Expos. You wouldn't see him at Flight Sim Weekends. He just wouldn't be approachable. You wouldn't get next or near him. He was very approachable on Saturday night. You know what I mean? So that gives you a good bit of confidence. He wants this to happen. He's doing everything he can to make this happen, right? So I would just say, don't pre-order. Let the stuff come out first. Let people have a look at it and see what they think. And then, yeah, this works really, really well. And by all means, belt on. Because I really want this to be a thing. We need this in the flight simming space. And Nikki does bring a lot of experience and also a lot of innovation when it comes to how, flight controls, particularly flight controls, could be. This modular system, applicable to all aircraft. Love it, right? So, yes, we'll have to wait and see more on Meridian. We did get an update, which was promising. All right. So I liked that much. I did like that much, But yeah, so there's a shot of Nikki with the stuff, but it's it's just until we see where we're at, until we see where we're at. But then we had Aerosoft were on talking about Stuttgart and also the A340 with Tolis were there as well. And then here's just a couple of shots that Threshold got throughout the day with different bits and pieces. Now, over to Zach, because, well, Moza were there. They were the other loud voice in the room when we're talking about, hardware that was available. Moza announced a number of different things. And what we were privy to now, of course, is the G1000 panel, an FMS unit, and also an autopilot module for home sim cockpits. So here's Moza going down the road of specifically targeting aircraft type, where before they didn't. You look at the AB6, the AB9, you look at the yoke, you look at the pedals, these were kind of multi-use. You can use these with any aircraft, but they seem to be shading away from that a little bit because they're probably looking at, the success of wind control. Why wouldn't you? So they have built a solid reputation in the sim racing world, and they've mentioned a motion platform over there. And of course, now we have the Moza flight side. So what they're doing, well, some of the things they're bringing, we saw this at Expo last year. See this kind of mad screen display thing? It was just like, that's the coolest thing ever. And you can display any screen on these screens. They're external monitors, right? The G1000 looks very good. And even the screen, they're thinking about a lot of things here. Anyone who owns a Moza product, you can see there's great engineering involved, right? So they've announced the MGX 1000, an instrument panel. It's a 10.4-inch IPS display panel with tactile rotary encoders aimed at recreating a modern glass cockpit instrument experience through dedicated hardware. It connects via plug-and-play USB without requiring an additional graphics output, which is huge because, well, we're limited by the number of outputs for HDMI or DisplayPort. It's aimed at both desktop setups and full cockpit builds. Notably, when asked about the MGX 1000 during the Q&A at the end of the presentation, the company confirmed it is targeting a 2026 release. Pricing not yet announced, but described it as likely to surprise people positively. So when it comes to the world of general aviation, this is where I think hardware is lacking. And this is where Meridian were kind of, hey, this is aimed at you guys as well. I think Moza, with a G1000 display, this could be pretty awesome. It will be awesome. Then they have the FMP18 panel system, aims squarely at the combat simulation side of the market. Modular cockpit control interface drawing on tactical aircraft panel layouts, combining multifunctional display frames, central control panels, and illuminated switches with adjustable mounted options. All four products, along with Moza's existing flight hardware, are managed through the Moza cockpit software, which handles input mapping, controls, and so on. And I think anyone, again, if you use Moza, their software is very good. Moza software, I like it. I think it's very good. Do you know? Pricing and availability not yet confirmed for most of the new products, with the exception of the G1000, which they're targeting to release later this year. But you can see the FMS unit. And, of course, you can see the autopilot unit here as well. They're announcing new stuff. So great to see from Moza. In terms, as I say, their engineering build quality, it's not a million miles from what we like. Their joysticks are quite good. The force feedback is really good. The rudder pedals, I love those rudder pedals. I think they're excellent. But they're of a very similar build quality of wind control. Because like the build quality of the wind control stuff, I can't get over it. The friggin' the joystick, what is it? The Taurus or what's it called? The Ursa Minor. This fella, and this is plastic. It's great. It's actually really, really good. So the build quality, you're not going to have an issue there at all. But pricing, haven't a clue. Don't know what it is. Moza have to look at this and say, right, why is someone going to buy our autopilot panel or our FMC or, MCDU when they can buy it from Wind Control cheaper? It has to be better, right? And then if they're going to charge more, it has to be very better, right? So yeah, we'll get an idea of pricing. One thing that, and you can't even say, Moza have a better, they've better reliability on the logistics. They don't. It's roughly the same. It's goods being manufactured in Asia coming into the United States or Europe. They all face the same, challenges. So it remains to be seen, but it is exciting. It's very exciting to see. Definitely a G1000 I like. Having the autopilot panels in there, which are aimed at Airbus, an FMC in there, it's nice to have the option. right? So yeah, we'll have to just wait and see. Plus, of course, Moza now have, you know, a very distinct advantage here by being able to tweak their product lineup after the fact, right? So any shortcomings or issues or problems people have with the likes of, say, wing control, well, Moza are primarily sitting here now thinking, right, well, sure, we'll fix ours so it doesn't do that. Do you know what I mean? So it'll be interesting. If someone were to ask me, you know, what would I expect to pay for a G1000 screen? Now, and Moza haven't told me this. They won't tell me this, right? If you're asking me, what would I be prepared to spend on a 10.4-inch IPS display with rotary knobs and tactile switches, I wouldn't want to pay more than 400 nodes for it. And that's just me. And even at that, you'd be saying, Jesus, 400 quid, that's lively, right? But I wouldn't want to pay any more than that. I'd love to pay about half of that. I'd be quite comfortable with that. But they haven't released the pricing yet. Now, if Moza are going to do something similar that Wing Control are doing, as in revolutionize the market in terms of aggressively driving down the prices, they could do that. Real sim gear, we've options. Home cockpit builder, we've options, right? So it'll be interesting to see where they go with that, do you know? But again, it was great news from Moza and from Meridian and from Wing Control. Really, really looking forward to actually seeing these things, and I think I think we're going to see a lot of stuff at Flight Sim Expo. I really do. I think a lot of the hardware guys would have used FSWeekend as the launch platform, and then they'll kind of follow on then when you come to Flight Sim Expo. That would be my thought process. You know what I mean? But anyway, so that was pretty much the hardware lineup. Scalarchy were there. We've seen other bits and bobs, from the other exhibitors. Brunner were there. What else do we have? Virtual Fly were there. Honeycomb were there. Like what you would expect. Motozola were there. Remember the miniature version of the cockpit stuff? They were there. But it's kind of, there was nothing brand new. It was kind of just like a follow-on to what we had at... it was a follow-on to what we had at Expo last year. So it'd be interesting to see. But it meant you could still get up in front of them and try out the hardware, physically look at the stuff and say, yeah, that's pretty cool. You know what I mean? So they didn't say test pilot. They didn't say. The radio module in the middle of... the radio, which is pretty cool as well, Flyboy. Absolutely. So that was, as I said, that was kind of the first day with the major announcements. And I remember Kaharia came up to me. She was looking at some of the overhead panels, right? And just some of the other hardware stuff you can get. And to be honest, okay, they weren't like, they're nowhere near the mad prices they used to be. Like there was some options there for some of these overheads for like maybe $500 or $600. But Wing Control absolutely horsing it out with like 350. Mad, like absolutely mad, do you know? So very, very interesting stuff. So day one, pretty much, well, it ran on like that, and then of course we were out for the ramble. We jumped into the L747 with MuseFan doing some recording, and you can see the weather. It turned out to be an absolutely beautiful day, and it gave us the chance then to get around and get in front of folks, and it was great crack. There was a one getting her picture taken in the thing. Look, there's Naughty Gnome. There was a one getting her photo taken. It was hilarious. But anyway, there's myself and look handsome fellas here now, having the chat and talking. And yeah, it's gas. My microphones were configured obviously since Expo, where it was much louder around us, so the gain, and I didn't realise that because I had no headphones in, because I'm a muppet, but we got a good walk around to seeing different things, and it's a live airfield, so I mean, like, you got planes taking off and landing and all the jazz. We bumped into Lord Freet from Flying Fries, and he got access to aircraft. He was checking things out, so he had a very busy weekend, and Captain Kenobi was with him as well. Really, two cats, LTC. We met two cats for some beers on Friday. He was there on Saturday, and it was great to see two cats again. He's just great crack, and he's very involved at the airport, so he certainly knows a thing or two of what's going on. So we started off in the 7-4, and we had MuseFan as our main cameraman. We had Adam doing the B-roll, And it was pretty much everywhere we went. We had to look around. Don't mind that fella there now, but you can kind of see from the layout, it's so very open. It's great to just kind of ramble around, see what's going on. They have a ton of static aircraft delays. It's just nice to kind of sit around and see what's happening, and you know what I mean? And that's the difference, I think, when it comes to other venues. If it's just like, you know, here's a hall. Go in there now. It's a convention center. Here's a hall. Which they're fine, right? But there's just something about having aircraft there. You know, I think, you know, if it all comes down to pricing, but like I would love for Evan, and maybe Evan and Phil already have done this, you know, exploring opportunities working with museums. I mean, if they can get into the Air Zoo in Kalamazoo, for example, right? But I think that would just enhance Flight Sim Expo. It just bring it up a notch, because at the moment it's too corporate-y. You know what I mean? I think it's when you see something like here, and then, you know, what's available in the States. America's full of venues like this. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Murph there with a slight limp after kicking some children. Oh, that was later on. Yeah, I flattened the shot. Right. Brilliant. But anyway, we got in here to the Inibils Hall, or the I&I Hall, right? And did a great setup. They had the Rhodes Fire Ring next door to them. And this is where you could actually try that L10. Absolutely incredible stuff. And we got a nice chat with Ubaid here. So I'll actually play the audio on this. Here's me looking at the machine. So I'm chatting. There's Matt. I'm just chatting around here. I know Jamie and Ian were in here Ian flew on the Saturday, and I think Jamie flew on the Sunday. So you can see the TriStar there, like just gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. You know what I mean? And then when you jump in and like when you see this cockpit, lads, it's just. I can't wait. I cannot wait for this thing to release. I was confused as confused could be, trying to figure out what all the buttons do. Do you know what I mean? But we'll skip ahead here because we actually have a chat with Ubaid here. So I'll volume up. Being joined now by Ubaid. Great to see you, and very welcome in.
Hi, how are you?
Good. First of all, I got to say, an incredible setup you have here this year. The presence is so very, very loud, and you have so many things to show us. Aircraft. That L10, I mean, the excitement behind this, incredible.
Yeah, there's a lot of people. We're an 80-man team now, so we're really lucky to have 20 of our staff members come. People who worked on the TriStar themselves. One of Quan, our leading developers, he's flown in from Colombia, interacting with everyone here. You know, exploding with TriStar knowledge on everyone, and people love it. It's been a great afternoon.
Yeah. And like again, you're in a very key location here. People can see from outside when they're out having the lunch, but of course as you're moving into the hall as well. And I remember catching you here last year. It's great to see such a presence here now from the team, and the amount of work. I mean, even the announcements today with that F-27 with Microsoft, all the Dutch fans are like, yes, brilliant. And it's not that it's just here's an aircraft. They know now that it has the sophistication, that depth of systems as well. You guys are very busy.
We're very busy. Just to go back on the F-27, our team, one of our technical advisors, he flew to Amsterdam on a work trip, and he came to this museum and he got access to the Fokker sitting outside.
Okay.
And that was used as our reference. So for those who are really interested in Dutch aviation and the Fokker, it is literally built off the one outside. So people really enjoy it. But no, we're very busy. We're 80 team members now, so we've got a lot of Microsoft projects ongoing, a lot of our own projects going, lots of aircraft announcements this year. As you know, sceneries are sort of our aim for one a month. But I think we've expanded a lot, but the quality is still trying to, we're trying to beat each scenery. We won the Manchester Award for Flight Sim Awards. I think people were saying, why not Hong Kong? So we're listening to feedback, continuous updates for the aircraft. So too much is not expanding, reducing the quality. I think it's balancing both, and we're seeing that with the recent releases, and hopefully people enjoy the TriStar.
Absolutely, and again, it's where you're working on the scenery side as well. It's not just the aircraft, and on top of all of that, then the team are busy with the March Madness sales. I mean, you're linking all of these incredible sceneries at heavily discounted prices. It's great to see because, like, the quality is. As you say, I mean, what can we take from this project and can we build it onto the next one? And we're seeing that. We saw that with the likes of Manchester. Very much looking forward to Liverpool coming out, and with Hong Kong as well. It's incredible to see.
Yeah, so I think for March Madness especially, I think we're shifting to, and I think maybe people have seen this last year, like themed events throughout the year, so people know what to expect. So like March, summer, Christmas, we're getting content aligned to those dates, so people can enjoy great discounts, good quality products, announcements at different phases of the year. And no, like on the topic of discounts, airports are a personal passion of mine. Like I always wanted to fly to Nairobi, Johannesburg as a kid growing up, but we never had those airports in the sim. Yeah. So as soon as we sort of make our money back on a project, we start discounting them. So with the aim of I want people to fly to all these destinations, because I knew when growing up these places weren't available to me in a sim. Yeah. So how can we continue making new places? So our roadmap for the rest of this year aren't just our European US hubs. We've got a lot of different hubs that we're sending people to collect data and references to give people the opportunity to fly to new places. So airports is a different model. Like I think planes, it's like what's popular, what will people like, and what do we like to make, but airports is really trying to get a wide variety around the world for people to explore.
And in terms of the L10 itself, right, I mean, your experience has very much been focused on Airbus setting off, and from Airbus then you've worked on multiple other airframes, be it on the Microsoft side or indeed on your own general aviation with the F406, we saw with the T-33 and others, even helis. Where does the TriStar fit into that dynamic as a challenge? I mean, is this something that the whole team says, yeah, this is a proper challenge, and what was that comfort like moving from these systems you're so familiar with, be it with Airbus, over to something like what was built by Lockheed?
Yeah, so it might be a bit of a longer answer. So back in the days, we started with the A300 and X-Plane, and that project was brought to us by somebody called Roger, and he's one of the reasons why IndieBuilds is what it is today, and he's based in South Africa, and he's passionate for classic jets, not so classic that people don't have sort of touch with it, who are in living memory today, but those that you were a kid, you flew on them, and he's quite an older gentleman now. Probably shot at me by saying he's too old, but he like oozes this type of classic airliner jet flying, and him and Josh and Mike on the team, they like this. So our traditional Airbus team actually didn't work on this project, so that's a separate team. They're working on the A380 right now, so it's a dedicated team that have an affinity for the TriStar, for the DC-10, for the Vickers Viscount, the Caravelle, the A300. So what we're trying to do is identify what people like in the team and say, okay, you 5 guys, you really like this type of plane, we're going to focus you guys on this. Those guys who like airliners, we're just going to do airliners, and separating the team out a little bit. Okay. So the TriStar was made by maybe 6 or 7 people, core guys who are passionate for this type of flying, and we see it, like the ideas they have with the automated flight engineer, the PMS, all these different nav options. They're just pulling up in meetings. They're like, oh well, this one in 1970 flew with this mod, let's add it in. Yeah. So it's great to see, and in my view, putting people on things they actually like in real life creates a better product. So putting them on this project was a really, really great idea for us, I think.
It's great to see, and you can really see the passion come in. I mean, when the guys are on talking about it, and they'll to make those references to what they've operated modern day versus what they've done years ago, and to see them all being joined up, and then as you guys are controlling all this together, releasing it out to us as general users, it's incredible. Like it can be the most hardcore, sophisticated aircraft you want it to be, or it can be entry level if you want. I mean, giving us the options, that's amazing to see.
Well, that's the thing in the team. Half of us are airliner people, right? So we see an INS. How are we going to start with this? Yeah. So we've got things like SimBrief import. You connect to the in-sim EFB and transfer your waypoint. So it's as easy and as difficult as you want it to be. Yeah. And I think that's the beauty of flight sim now, right? You can take a really complex jet and really break it down for anyone to access. But if you want to do it all yourself, you can.
It's awesome. It's absolutely incredible. Well, listen, the TriStar very much on everyone's radar to grab, as is the upcoming sceneries as well. And just a massive congratulations. Great to see such a setup here. It's amazing.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for experiencing it with us, and thank you to everybody who came. And we just hope you enjoy and have patience with us and support us. And without your support, we couldn't do what we do. So very grateful.
Awesome, Abe. Awesome. Thank you so much. Thanks a million. Thanks so much, buddy. Okay,
so we'd more of that. We'd more of that as we kind of rambled on. Couple of things of note there, right? That when you hear something back, what Ubaid is saying, fascinating insight in relation to splitting up the team and working on different projects, keeping those who are most passionate about a certain project. Okay, well, you keep working on these type of aircraft, and yeah, I mean, who knows? Ubaid mentioned a whole line of aircraft there. Who knows are these on their roadmap? I suspect they are, right? Couldn't tell you when they'll deliver them, but you can see that there's a passion from the team on these classic aircraft, the likes of the Vickers Viscount, the likes of the DC-10, like incredible. Absolutely incredible. And when you learn the story of IndyBuilds or INI Builds, how they started to where they are now, a team of 80 people, lads. And they are so very much community facing. You you get to know the team. They introduce you to the team. They're in live streams. And as Ubaid says, he's trying to do things in a certain way. And it's a fascinating insight. He said, once they make their investment back on an add-on, they pay the bills, then they target to discount them. And they try and discount them when at these specific times during the year, Christmas, March, the summertime, and usually in and around these events as well. It makes a lot of sense, because then if you do enjoy their product lineup and you're not in a position to buy them at normal cost price, right? Well, then at least you'll know this should be on sale March or the summertime or at Christmas, which is incredible. And for them to admit that, brilliant, right? Absolutely brilliant. Smiley Beach, is good to see you, buddy. Who else come in? Gabo is here. Good evening. Good to see you, buddy. JB Alberta is here. Welcome in. If I've missed anyone in the chat, lads, well, hello. Good evening. Exos is here as well. Welcome in, everyone. It's just a recap from Flights in Weekend. And we covered a lot of ground. Now, Gibbo took over, and he was over with Rosefire. And I got to say, I mean, okay, with wing control, look what we've done. When it comes to Rosefire and the updates and what they're trying to accomplish and what they had on display here was very, very impressive. Very impressive. And I know there's a lot of people who are using this hardware already, and they're very happy with it. So Gibbo takes us over here, and he has a look at Rosefire, and it's going through all their equipment. So I'll have a quick listen in here to Gibbo.
Storm, due to
there we go.
Their look, their feel, their price point in comparison to, I think, some of the bigger offerings that are out there, not most notably from the likes of Scolari. So they have some show offers, and obviously I'm sure they're not best pleased by the announcement earlier today from Wind Control about their overhead. But what you're seeing here is the more expensive, they're demoing it at the moment, the more extensive version of the Boeing overhead, which is $699, and then to your right, Muse, is the more streamlined version, and forgive me about, I don't have the product names right in front of me, that's probably about half the price or so. So I was talking to Sven here from Rosefire a little earlier, and he was telling me that a bigger version of this will be coming to market very soon, actually in the next 2 or so months, which will actually use the same footprint of the Boeing panel. And I said, will it be for the same price? And he kind of nodded and winked at me, so I imagine it would be. But really what you see here, I think, is it is a plastic frame, plastic kind of mount here, but the buttons, like the click, I don't know if that's coming across too well, the quality is really quite something. We got good feeling, robust feeling, like they're not going to break or fall off switches here, and then of course beautiful clicks and solid as well. I know that doesn't come across well on stream, but when you press it you actually can. That's a good solid click. I hope nobody's flying this plane and I'm pressing the packs and the APU off. No, they're not. So look, this was, I gotta be honest with you all, this was actually what I was intending on picking up, and obviously now with the wind control announcement we'll see how it goes, but I have to say the quality of this, and here even with the Boeing version as well, is quite something. So we might have just a quick word for 1 minute of Sven's time, who's here beside us. Sven, I was talking to you a little earlier about these. So first of all, what's the feedback you're getting from the crowd here at FS Weekend in terms of the Rosefire products, those that may not have seen them before and getting hands-on? What's the reaction been?
We reached out to the FS Weekend because we just released, for example, the 737 overhead panel 3 weeks ago, which is our newest product. Yeah. And also the A107, the overhead panel, we will make a pro version in maybe the summer, but we don't know exactly yet. And we come to FS Weekend to showcase our product because we are actually not so famous in the flight sim world, but we hope that we will become more famous in the flight sim world and hope that people and customers will like our products. Yeah, and what's the reaction been for people that are getting hands-on and getting to see it? Has it been positive? Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Absolutely, it's positive. Okay. Yeah. Now the feedback what we got from all the people here was really positive. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I saw actually online in your socials that they are shipping now the overheads as well. I saw there was pictures of hundreds of boxes ready to go, so that's great to see. Yeah, Really, we had a little bit shipment delay because, for example, the EGT here, what you have inside, we added in the last moment, so the shipment was delayed a little bit. But now we are fully shipping everything, and I guess in the next 4, maximum 6 weeks, that all products will be shipped, which are already ordered.
Yeah, and there were some button changes finalized, I think, as well. I think on the actual release version versus some of the prototypes. So coming to the Pro version, because if you just go in and show the EGT, just in terms of what Sven was talking about, that's what he was picking up. That has been, I guess, part of the reason why there was a delay.
So, slightly out of focus, but that's my cameras. But I will say, first and foremost, good looking fella there, your man in the white. It was interesting getting this feedback from Rosefire, because Gibbo quite rightly said, Jesus lads, you have a lot of competition now, because Rosefire are more expensive. Again, they're going to have to rethink everything now, because there's now a very popular competitor aggressively driving those prices down. One thing Rosefire do have an advantage of, and Gibbo was able to touch on that, these are ready to go. You go to the website, they're going to ship, they already have them ready to go. So that will solve, if you're in a panic to go out and buy stuff, especially when it came to Boeing, you're sorted now straight away, and you might pay an extra, $150, $200. These are still at a price range. That kind of $699, $700 for an overhead panel is ridiculous. Even $700, that is a ridiculous price considering the competition at the time. It's €3,000 or €4,000. So, you know what I mean? So you've all of these things to consider. So yeah, it's again, there's a couple of things that, you're able to look at here. When it comes to access to developers, be it hardware or software, you can literally walk up to them and try out the gear and see what it's all about. I mean, that's what makes these events so good, right? So at this stage, the lads come for a ramble across, checking out a few things along the way, and I'm down here now, and I'm trying to find SayIntentions. SayIntentions had a booth here as well, and I got to catch up with Jared and with Tom. This is looking at some of the wind control stuff. They didn't have the whatchamacallit, the overhead panel there, but you could see the Cyber Taurus, you could see the Orion stuff, and again, you can walk up to it, try it out, get a feel for it, and then you're looking, this is what I definitely want, and you're seeing how things are, fitted with the new motors, the connectivity, power USB. It's just a great way to get hands-on. Do you know what I mean? With all the equipment. So that's all the new version 2 stuff there. Colonel Fork was asking on the military side. It just looks absolutely class. Absolutely class. So we caught up with Jane here walking around the corner as well. I think that's where I legged it to, as Muse was taking us through some of the upgraded hardware, and it looks incredible. Do you know? Absolutely class stuff. So there's me and Gibbo. We just ran around the place, put a microphone in someone's face and say, hey, how's it going? Here's that new radio panel. So we have the Squawk. They already had that, didn't they? But your transponder, and they also have the tiller there as well. A lot of this stuff was announced kind of last year, but they now had it here for us to go around and play with it. And then the radio panels over by their own booth, and also over at the SayIntentions desk, which is pretty cool. So we bumped into Jane here.
Asher, look who we found. It's Jane from Microsoft Flight Sim Official. How's it going?
It's going great. I'm glad to see you randomly here.
Randomly, right?
Yeah.
We didn't follow you in from over there at all.
Well, I don't know. This is the first time I've been in this area all day. So
tell me, this is your first FS weekend. You've been to Expo. What do you think of the European side of it?
It's a lot larger than what I was expecting, honestly. I can't believe how this booth in particular is super nice, but I can't believe the amount of people that I've met online that I'm actually meeting here for the first time.
Yeah.
And that's been the coolest part for me. So
absolutely, and we were blessed with the weather, we're blessed with the layout. I mean, it's scale is one thing, but in a museum, when you get to, you guys are right underneath that F-27.
Oh my God, yeah, we did a museum tour earlier too, and that was amazed. This place is way bigger than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
And the fact that you could go here, take a museum tour, learn about aviation history, and then enjoy, the sim space is a really cool venue.
It really is, and leaning back into the BAR events, which we've seen kind of start, shameless plug, I did the first one, but we've seen this start up, right? And we're seeing now loads of pockets of these starting to happen now. I mean, this is a great way to kind of share with the community their own stuff, and there's more coming. I mean, there's New Zealand, but there's also stuff in America coming up. There's more in Europe coming up.
Yeah.
What's the response been like that?
It's been great. Honestly, the fact that you did the first one was
The fact that that's only been noticed now, Gibbo. The lanyard, gear up, right, brilliant. Did you notice the lanyard? It's all about marketing, lads, you know, product placement and all the very sophisticated lads. You should be proud of me.
was huge, and we're really thankful you did, because I think it really showed that, like, hey, we're just trying to get simmers together, you know, have a drink, talk about flight sim. We're not scary, you know, we could just, even 5 of us is a bar event, and we could just go have dinner. So you did obviously a giant, well put together one, but it was, I'm glad people are kind of embracing the idea of community in person and actually starting to plan these. Like, people are stepping up to be organizers, and I'm just really thrilled about that, because it means that they're, you know, advocates and want to bring people together.
I got to meet up with Peter, of course. We had with Cedius here, and I think the championship right now in the Red Bull racing is between Cedi and Wombi. There's seconds between them. You gotta love to.
I gotta go beat their score then.
Yeah, that's it. No pressure. Go on, we'll chat to you soon. All right. Thanks a million, Jane.
Yeah, it was class. Like Microsoft being there, and we didn't get the camera in front of in front of Cedi or with Peter, or Wombi for that matter. They were busy, right? I mean, Cedi was flat out, Peter was flat out. They were running their booths. They were running the Red Bull challenges, and I think whenever there was like a lull for like 30 seconds, Cedi was in resetting the time. It was very competitive. It was awesome. But I did manage to get a chat with him. I've had the privilege to meet Cedi before. He's such a lovely guy to meet in person, and he's super tall. He's like, it's great to see you, right? And Peter's even taller. Peter, which is, you'll see him on the streams a lot as well. Just lovely people. And you know, their mission, Microsoft's mission at this event was, Jared will kill me for that face, their mission was to be, you know, community facing. Just catch up with the community. What's going on? How are things? Is everyone okay? If you have any questions about the sim, if you had any questions about, you know, roadmap, well, that's what they were there for. You can just shoot the breeze, just have a chat with them. And it was absolutely brilliant. This is Raid, lovely fella, Italian guy. We've raided him a few times, Raid. And he was there with Wind Control. Super nice fella. Got to meet Flight Streamer, got to meet Doc. We met, who else? We met a lot. One person I didn't meet was Rage, and I didn't get to meet Mark this year, Sim Hanger. But it's hopefully we'll meet him later in the year. And of course we got to meet up with caught up with Brendan as well, Durka. It was so nice. Caught up with Alpha Originals, and of course Chewy, Jamie, Kenko, and so many others. It was incredible, absolutely incredible. Adam, at about 10 to was the answer to that question. At about 10 to, you know. But yeah, I kept saying that to people. You know, you can redeem your lanyard for the car wash. Do you know? But what we do here, we rumble over to SayIntentions, and what's pretty cool about this, right? The pixelation is real. What's pretty cool about this is Jared, and Jared, he's with SayIntentions, but this was his first ever flight sim thing. Right, he's never been to Expo, he's never been to FS Weekend. On our right hand side here we have Marigin, known as Tom, or Tom known as Marigin, depending on what Tom likes. But Tom does a lot of the technical work in the background, and lovely people. And SayIntentions, of course, they have been flat out busy. We've seen the amount of work and the updates and upgrades that SayIntentions have been putting into their products. We covered last week the brand new knowledge base that they've been working on. So this is a great chance to kind of get in front of Jared to say, hey, you know, as a flight sim thing, what has it been like for you? I mean, there was a steady stream of people up and down, going in and out of where SayIntentions were, and you know, they've the live map. They're showing you real pilots. They're showing you the AI side of things. But I think folks kind of started to get it. It's more than ATC. Strictly speaking, it's far more than ATC. You can do an awful lot more when it comes to some of the higher level training stuff when it comes to using SayIntentions, and that's outside of, you know, the checklists or, you know, Skynet or SkyOps, all these other options that we have. So this is a quick chat with the lads here. We'll have a quick listen in. We're over here with the lads from SayIntentions, and we've Jared here, we've Tom, and I love your booth.
Thank you.
You ever see Beverly Hills, Gav?
Yes.
Welcome to my booth.
Lads, I mean, you've been so busy. There's so many things coming out. From the updates we're seeing over on Discord from Brian, and then you guys here with the information that you're showing us, and people, once again, they can see things happening live. It's incredible.
Yeah.
How is it all going?
It's been nonstop. This is my first expo here, and I've been having an absolute blast. I didn't realize the love that people have out there for the community, and it's been fun to embrace.
Oh wait, you haven't been? That's right, you haven't been to
first expo.
Yeah. So you haven't done expo in the States, and this is your first. This is your first ever.
Yeah, first flight sim expo ever. Yeah.
Scott, it's the pattern. It's a camera. It's the pattern on the pleats.
Are you freaking out, or is it okay?
I am nerding out. This has been a lot of fun, especially the wind control stuff, and then watching people just light up with excitement, not realizing what we can do with SayIntentions.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of fun.
And there's been a very steady stream of traffic coming over here to you guys because people are starting to get it now. It's more than ATC. There's so much more to everything that's being worked on here. And Tom, of course, you've been here before. I mean,
Oh, I've been here before. Yes, very much warned him. You just find out what it's like. But it's such a difference because when you're online, you're only really hearing from the people who've got a problem. It's such negativity, really. But when you come here, you get to see, and the people will come, and 95% of people who come up to us are coming up saying, I really love what you guys are doing. It makes my day every time I load something up. And it's a big deal, really. To a flight sim developer, you spend all your life just listening to this is broken, that's broken, this doesn't work, that sounds wrong, my immersions are in. And then you get to come here and every person saying, actually, I love what you guys do. It's a really different experience.
it's great to see. And for you guys in particular, I mean, there's so many things that you've been working on, right?
Even just last week, we launched 2 more things. The pop-up IFR is amazing. So, if you're flying VFR, weather's coming in, you now can just talk to air traffic control and say, hey, I want to get IFR, and it will start vectoring you right there. And then we just put new layer of diversions out there. You can now divert to any airport when needed, make an emergency, and just have ATC take over and get you down.
I absolutely love it. And that whole thing popping into IFR, I mean, it's literally, okay, stand by for your route.
Yep.
Oh, right. And they'll read you the entirety of that route.
It's brand new. So if you haven't tried it yet, declare an emergency or pop a IFR.
Yeah. Oh, it's awesome. And so in terms of, again, being your first one, and what Tom is saying as well, it's very approachable. This gives people the chance to get in front of you guys, but also you guys to get in front of folks to get the feedback, get the hellos, get the welcomes, get the thanks for that experience. And these are critical, I think, in today's modern world of flight simming.
Yeah.
You're putting your face to names on a screen, and it's such a difference. It brings home that these are real people who with a genuine feelings. Yeah.
It's a big family, and there's been a lot of excitement, people getting to meet me, and I'm like, I'm just a normal guy. And apparently I have a great accent. That's what I'm told.
Radio voice straight there, man.
Oh my gosh, that too. The American accent apparently is popular here. Who knew?
We'll do a new radio show at 10 o'clock now tonight.
Let's do it. We'll broadcast live.
Well, lads, listen, tremendous success. Great to see everything working here. If folks to come over, you guys are here again tomorrow. Come over, ask the questions. You'll see the features, and you got some nice, very fancy pilot swag given away here as well.
We do. We got that. We're doing a 50% special. If you've never tried us, we'll give you 15% off your first month. If you're already with us, we've got some deals. If you want to upgrade to an annual, I can give you an extra discount today. So
awesome. Okay, well, listen, Jared, thank you very much indeed. Tom. Awesome. Keep up. Don't stop at all. Right.
But it was brilliant getting to catch up with them, right? Scott, it was an optical illusion. I'm in my winter wearing, In fact, I was actually carrying my rucksack. Yeah, that's what it was, yeah. And super tie, yeah. Leave your emotions at the door. Jesus. But anyway, listen, it's like I've always said, I'm a great lad to be out in public with. You'll just look better standing beside me. Mr. TPHI is in the house, and the upside down lady herself, Mrs. TPHI. Good evening. Hope you guys are keeping well. And Jared is here in the chat as well. Brilliant. Do you know what? It was so good to see this because with SayIntentions, when people see it initially, they're like, SayIntentions, AI, ATC. It's only when you spend just a couple of minutes to say, well, what does the stuff actually do? It blows your mind. It's like, oh, hang on, you can do all these things? And that pop-up IFR, and you know, that's the main news for this week that they've been working on. And you can be damn sure there'll be more stuff next week. This pop-up IFR, it's a real thing, and you rarely get it. If you're flying on VATSIM, they'll tell you, file a new flight plan and come back to us. In the real world, if you're VFR and you suddenly got to go IFR, it's like, hey, I need an IFR flight plan. They'll figure it out for you and come back to you. Here's your route. All right, stand by to copy. And then you write down the route, you read it back. SayIntentions is now capable of doing that, which is incredible work. So it was great hanging out with the guys. They had an awesome area. There was loads of people to and from and loads of questions. That's what you want to hear. And as Tom said, like, putting face to the name, it's so important, because it's you know, you have these companies, but those who are, you know, when you get to meet the people, you get to see the people, you know, who's operating either as the owner of the company, in this case is Brian, or with the guys who are part of the team. There's a person there, and they all have their own story, and it's absolutely class. It's like, it's just class. They're flight simmers. They're passionate about this, and they're trying to do cool things. It's mad, like, you know. So it was awesome. Great fun hanging out with the SayIntention guys. Now, as I mentioned, SayIntentions, also this Muppet was on the stage for a minute because, well, On Air are getting a lot of work done on their platform as well. So a quick chat about On Air, a 24-hour pass, local radio on arrival, and also a rebuilt companion app. This was all announced on the stage on Saturday at FS Weekend. So they've over 2.5 million registered flights. So a lot of people try On Air, and they have a 7-day free trial. You can give it a blast. And basically, it is a career mode, effectively. What it is, it gives you the opportunity to fly in the sim as a pilot or as a operator, or indeed as an industrial tycoon, if you wish, and just have AI pilots flying for you, and you look after all the resources of industry, as in, you know, raw materials, manufacturing, the logistics of getting it out to market, and then you have your profits or loss, and you can build it up that side. Leaning back into the aviation side, well, you have more things like hiring pilots, ground crews, maintenance, buying fuel, being able to sell fuel, training. Then you get into things like having your own FBO, so much so that you can actually build infrastructure within the simulator itself, which is hosted by On Air. And when I talk about infrastructure, I'm talking about factories, buildings. We've seen it already with our first industry we built some weeks ago out near Alaska there. And we have our own building, right? Our own little logistics center. We also have options now coming down the track to further expand on this. And this comes down to the likes of building airports. Airports, as in build a runway. You're in the middle of an empty field, in the middle of nowhere. On Air gives you the option to say, you want an airport here? Okay, we can do that. And they can inject that into your scenery, meaning that anyone else flying within the world of On Air can see your airport. They can actually fly to your airport. They can land there, pay your landing fees, pay your fuel prices, hangar costs, all of that. It's all simulated. It's all built into the On Air platform. Marijan is here. Good to see you. Welcome in. He'll interview you unexpectedly, right? Jeez, the two lads come in, they're talking about us quick. Brilliant, right? But I have to say, from On Air's perspective, I've just been loving using On Air as a career mode add-on. Like, we got a hint of it with Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, but it's linear, right? It'll get better over time, but with On Air, it is fully expanded. Fully. Yeah, absolutely. Homewrecker, On Air would be the one-stop shop for all career. If you want to be a solo pilot, if you want to work on behalf of an airline, if you want to have your own airline, if you want to get into the management of hiring staff, you can rename your staff. Do a lot of stuff with that. So what they're doing, you know, the entire base camp side, your bush pilot adventure, this is where you go exploring remote locations. You can put in lights, hangars, buildings, dynamic objects visible to all other on-air players on both 2020 and 2024. Build industries around your base camp, fishing camps, production change. Build your own airstrip. They have 3 different airstrips coming. You can share it across the world, and they're soon going to be adding community modding, meaning you can now start creating your own 3D assets, upload them to On Air. It goes through their quality check, and they say, yeah, we're happy with that. Here is, you know, the Murph Manor building and all this sort of stuff, right? But not only that, On Air also integrates heavily with SayIntentions, and SayIntentions integrates heavily with On Air. Both platforms can talk and listen to each other, meaning if you're doing a flight on Air, SayIntentions can dial into that and continues that story onwards. It'll identify who your virtual airline is. It'll call you by your correct call sign. If you're out doing, air ambulance missions or search and rescue missions, they both talk to each other, which is incredible. It's incredible, right? On Air, give it a try. Home Wrecker, there's a 7-day free trial. Give it a blast. There's 3 different worlds you can enter. Each world it starts at easy or, beginner, then it goes to intermediate, and then it goes to, Jesus. So you have a choice in there, but just check it out. They are working on a brand new UI as well, which is going to change slightly how everything looks. Right, but there's a lot of stuff coming to this. I have a ton of content on it. There's a load of tutorials already online. Do be sure to check it out. But it's a lot of fun, and I mentioned that on the stage. I think it was Malky who said, one of his AI pilots managed to destroy an engine on him. There'd be a court of inquiry into how did that happen. But I'm sure when you go back, how did the AI pilot do that? The pilots are more than just like a name on the screen. You have to worry about their skill level, their fatigue, their work schedule. I mean, this thing can go as deep as you pretty much can get it. It's incredible, absolutely incredible. There was another feature they've added. It's a smaller edition, but local radio on arrival. When you land at a destination, the system tunes into a local radio station from that area, playing its regional music, which is kind of mad, but it gives you that extra feel of, oh, hey, right? Just got an AI pilot to pick up a plane to finish off a contract. There you go, Malky, right? And then a redesigned companion app, which is going to be made available online. It'll be web-based, so rather than running the full companion, or the full program, you'll be able to control this on your smartphone. Can't do the flying element, but in terms of checking out things, looking for jobs, looking for how your company is performing, you can do all of these things. And it is a world that is open, and it's also a consistent world inside On Air. So if Malky has an airport and I land there, Malky, I have to pay you the rates. Or if Malky he's an aircraft closer, hey, Malky, can you do this job? Can we share this job? Right? Or, you can do other things like, it's mad what you can do. The other stuff you can do, sharing jobs, offloading jobs, taking on contracts. If I don't have a specific aircraft, but Malky just happens to have one in his fleet, but he could rent that aircraft to me. It's very hard to explain the actual depth of this. It's insane, but it's very, very good. It's enjoyable, and there might be a little bit of a curve to get in there initially. A couple of hours, you're sorted. So definitely recommend to check this one out, lads. And it works with Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 and 2024. To a lesser extent, it works fine with X-Plane. Doesn't have some of the features, but the flying element is there. So I was going to offer you a VisionJet to rent. Brilliant, right? So yeah, when you see €72 for 24 months, it works out at about €3 a month. And the reason why they charge a subscription is because it's all server based. It's hosted on their servers. The world lives on their servers, and that's where the assets come from. And the client installs in a couple of megabytes. You know what I mean? So I had a behind the scenes look at the UI, MechMancer, and I was like, the jaw dropped. Incredible looking stuff. So they're doing great things. So check it out for the free trial. I'm fairly certain you're going to be hooked after the first 2 hours. You're going to say, this thing, there is so much depth to this. And then, like everything, like every add-on, it's when you can share this with members of the community, you start working together or against each other, right? You can do all of these things with On Air. So you need to check it out. So Super Mustang playing catch up. FS Expo had been at a museum and has had field trips to airfield. Yeah, no, I agree, Mustang, of course, but I just think it's better to have them at museums, full stop, you know. That's all well and good for me to say, right? I mean, you have logistics. You got to get from a place to a place, right? I get that. And, you know, Houston is very good. Vegas is just mad. Providence, yeah, they do tours. You can go to an airport. But I just think it's when you have real planes, I think it makes a better connection. It just does, you know. But yeah, great stuff here from On Air. As I said, you can kind of see the layout here. Look, see this kind of UI. You're getting an idea of it, right? So you can see bits and pieces. And when they were it was so fast. It was so fast. So yeah, really looking forward to when they start pushing out the updates. It's coming very, very soon. Very, very soon. You know. So that was On Air. We then took a ramble over after the great picture. That's the screenshot of the day, right? Jared and Tom there from SayIntentions, absolutely brilliant. But we continued on and we rambled over to Just Flight. We got in front of Just Flight and we also got in front of Navigraph. So Just Flight. Always great catching up with the lads from Just Flight, and they're so busy. And there was a lot of excitement about Just Flight as well in terms of, you know, what are they working on? They had the F70 and the F100 on display there. You can give it a blast and see what it's all about. We have a chat here now, and we'll show you this interview briefly.
Jump in and say hello to Martin. On in this way.
Over to Martin.
Well, how are you keeping, Martin? Good to see you again.
I'm good. You?
Flat out.
Yeah. I'm knackered. I'm ready for bed.
It's a great turnout this year from Just Flight. Many projects being worked on. Folks get to try out, of course, the upcoming the F70 and F100. How's it all going?
Really good, yeah. I think that's pretty much all that's been flown today. I think the F100 has been on there constantly. We're obviously in the perfect place to be demoing for the first time. But yeah, going really well. I think the feedback's been really good.
And as you were saying, like, it's the perfect place to be in the Netherlands with these sort of aircraft. Right, there's literally one outside. And you know, I was just saying, like, it's amazing. We've seen Just Flight upgrade its fleet to 2024 and asked nothing from their customers, only that they enjoy it.
Yeah, I think last year I spent pretty much my entire year on 2024 upgrades with the help of my colleagues. So yeah, we weren't expecting to spend all year doing that, but yeah, I'm glad we did. So it's always rewarding to go back and upgrade our products. But yeah, I'm looking forward to working on something new now.
Absolutely, and that leads us on, right? Because there's a lot of folks in our own community saying, you know, we want to see the Tornado, we want to see the Learjet. I mean, all eyes on the Fokker right now, but as you say, you're excited to get continuing work on the other projects.
Yeah, so this year is all about getting F100 out and A300 out. So F100 in the next sort of 2 or 3 months, A300 sort of autumn time, and hopefully the Tornado as well. And then next year we'll be getting into the brand new stuff, so Learjet 45, and then stuff we haven't announced yet. And yeah, it's been sort of 6 or 7 years coming, you know, before we could work on something new. So yeah, we're looking forward to it.
6 or 7 years of new stuff, and you're 20 years still chipping away.
Yeah, 20th year at Just Flight this year for me. So 14 years of FSX and prepared, and 6 years of 2020 and 2024. So yeah, it's been a hectic 6 years, but we've got 11 or 12 aircraft, I think, in Microsoft Flight Sim now. So yeah, it's been a busy time, but yeah, looking forward to working on something brand new. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, Martin, listen, we'll leave you be, but thanks a million. Well done to all the team, and we can't wait to try the new aircraft.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Take care. All right,
Murph, we're going to head over this way.
There's loads of beeping. Is that air equipment or?
Now, it's gas, right? Chatting to Just Flight, and it's important to note there as well, their upgrade path for existing customers was free. And not too many do that, so that has to be commended. They've done incredible things now with the sim, right? Chatting to Martin and to Scott and the team, I mean, they've achieved so much by getting so many aircraft already released, and then they had to go back and upgrade them, right? So that parked other projects. But considering that they have both Fokkers, they have the A300, and of course we know that the Tornado is on the way, and also a Learjet, which has been announced. There's other stuff that they haven't announced yet. So very exciting stuff coming from Just Flight, and they're active on both Microsoft Flight Sim and X-Plane. Thrander are doing a lot of work over on X-Plane for them. It's just incredible to see. Absolutely incredible to see. You know, did I see Matthias from PMDG? Didn't go near them. And like PMDG have, I don't know, like I mean, they've great products. There's no question there, but like they kicked it wide for me. Like they pretty much, I think they have a lot of ground to recover when it comes to the community. They had a booth, they were showing things off, but I just think, they need to restore a little bit of faith in the flight sim community. There's this air about them. They're like, elitists, and it's. I imagine that's not true about them, right? They've been around the block for such a long time. They certainly have experience. But I just think, it's based on the upgrades and the updates that they were doing and kind of how their PR was kind of handled. They need a win. You know what I mean? They're not... I don't find them to be very community facing. That's just my opinion of them. I mean, Robert Randazzo, he'll chat, he'll do interviews, he'll forward face, and Matthias Koch will do the same. But I don't know, man. It's I don't know what it is. It's like, no, you're missing a link here, lads. Like, you're reading this off a script, or it's like if you talk to someone, you immediately go off and wash your hands. That kind of a thing. It's a bit of cold. Modazola, you were jawbroken. What did you see, Ross? So we saw that last year, and they actually do have some units for sale now, which is pretty cool, the price. Yeah, it's nuts. But I don't know. I think, like, as I said, I mean, I love their products. There's no question of that. I do love their products. PMDG do incredible things. But in terms of me getting in front of them and, hey, how's it going? And like, my feel on that is, I mean, you guys as a community couldn't give a shite what they have to say. It's that's my kind of take on it, because, well, they're not us facing. You know what I mean? There is that kind of a coldness there. So that's something that they need to work on, I think. I mean, it's you hate to see it, considering how open and how passionate, forward facing the passion from other developers are. It's they were still there now. I mean, if they weren't there at all, then you'd absolutely say with certainty, yeah, there's an issue here. Like, they were still there. But yeah, I don't know. It's would you rather PMDG be a little bit more kind of warm and fuzzy and friendly? I think it would do them the world of good, I think, right? But sure, who am I to think? But a crowd who are very forward facing, and I've always experienced Navigraph to be very engaging. You can always go over and talk to them. They'll always listen to your feedback. They won't always agree with you. And it was actually hilarious, because I gave them feedback about scratch pads, and I wasn't direct. I was on a live stream, and me, I very gently said, not at all moaning, that Bjani, then with scratch pads, couldn't you maybe move this thing over there and maybe have this feature? I didn't say it like mad ratting. I said it very mad, right? I was like, why the hell did you do this? Anyway, that was said to me. Murphy, and like, when someone calls me Murphy, I'm in trouble. Murphy. Oh, balls. Hello, lads. Yeah, we liked your feedback. Oh, Jesus. So that was the start of it. And when I went for a sit down with them then on Tuesday, it was hilarious. Stephen comes along with one of the trophies that they won. As in, like, we are the best in the industry. And he just put it on the table in front of me. Now, Murphy, do be sure to give us your feedback. And I'm just like, Jesus, what do I say? It was hilarious. It was so funny. And I have to say, meeting the lads who brought Navigraph Academy, the instructors, they are so nice, so nice to talk to, and it's great. Like, it's like me. It was when I met Nick for the first time, or when I met Brian for the first time. When you hear these voices and you see them, and then you're actually there with them, and it's surreal. It's like, Jesus, you live in me telly, you don't live in real life. So you had all these things with them, so it was awesome. But I'm a huge fan of what Navigraph are doing, and as I said, like, they really changed flight simming. For my personal flying, when it came to VF4, that was I always liked general aviation and VF4 flying. They really made that change with Charts version 8, because they brought in VF4. They enabled, now they were always there for the airliner guys, but now they were like, okay, GA pilots next, and it's been great to see. What do you mean small hand? Look at the size of those hands, right? So this is a quick chat with Navigraph. Hang on, I need to turn on my volume.
We're ready to go.
We're ready. How's it going?
Pretty good.
I didn't want to just like jump into the scene and say, how are you? Because you could have been busy. But great to see you. And well, first off, massive congratulations to Navigraph.
Thank you very much. It's been a very exciting conference. The proper weekend feeling, FS weekend feeling. It's festive and also a lot of interested users that are coming here to learn about our latest feature releases. So it's been a good conference for us. Yes.
And you had the stage presence earlier on announcing 4 new features, all very exciting. The measurement one, yes, I've been waiting, right? But also, I mean, it's been quite busy at Navigraph. I mean, anything from the surveys going out, and of course, it's for the company. This has been a huge year.
Indeed. We took last year to sort of recompose ourselves a little bit, so we switched offices. We also restructured the company. So 2 years ago we were 30, now we're actually 60. Roughly 80% of those are developers. We had to regroup ourselves also in terms of reprogramming the app a little bit because we need to make, well, I'm not going to make this a long story, but we needed to adjust our software framework a little bit in order to facilitate the releases that we now have started to roll out. Many of these releases are targeting VFR pilots, and this is an ambition that we have to make flight simulation more available for everyone. The user base, the Navigraph user base, comes from IFR, but we are trying to move towards VFR and general aviation, and ultimately through our initiative Navigraph Academy, we want to make flight simulation available to everyone so that anyone who has an interest in aviation or simulation can train with our free courses, which you are covering very well.
Thank you very much. Well, I have to say it's so very impressive. In a year that you would look to, you'd look at yourselves, bit of restructuring, consolidation, but also in that same timeline, you have increased the capability of VFR flying with the new European charts, and you've launched Academy.
Yes.
2 groundbreaking features, in particular for VFR and new pilots, which is great to see. And getting to meet the guys in person, the instructors of the course, it's like I know that voice, or I know that it's incredible to see.
In short, what Stephen and I have done is to get out of the way. So now many more things at Navigraph can run in parallel without us being involved everywhere. We're unleashing the power that was already there, but we're parallelizing a lot of things at the company at the moment.
It's great to see, and I'm sure these events are no different. I mean, you're here to inspire, but also be inspired. There's lots going on, particularly from the hardware side. And I remember, I think it was last year, you guys were given the signals of showing, Simlink version 2, the progressive taxi, the automatic taxi. So you still have a lot of projects still to work on.
Yes. We did announce a few things, and our software development department, they have a very relative interpretation of soon. So we managed to get scratch pads out just in time. We did promise taxiway routing as well, and that's also underway. Once again, soon. Well, we did, however, the feature announcement that we had today is, however, available from today.
Awesome.
So there's a difference. We might have broken the news a little bit early last time over, I admit. Yeah.
Not at all. And again, for Navigraph, you guys, you're very community focused because you come to these events, and this is clearly not your first time at FS Weekend. This year, though, there's something about it. It just seems bigger or stronger, or there's more people here. What's your feedback being on it for today, at least?
Oh, you mean for FS Weekend as a whole?
Yeah.
This conference is getting better every year. When we first started attending, I think 3 years ago, it was a bit of a tentative approach, but we were soon convinced that this is a European event that complements FS Expo very well. So, and as we can see, FS Expo, they are running ads here on the different screens here. The other flight sim events.
Yes.
So there's a very nice duality between Europe and America here, with what Phil and Evan are doing over there, and what's being done over here. Yes.
And it's great to see, because I mean, you guys, you're involved with both. I mean, You'll go to both events. You'll have information here, but you'll also bring more information with you then in June. So it's good for you to kind of check back in with the community with announcements and how are things progressing.
We do have a release schedule that is aligned a little bit according to these two big conferences. Also, we do our very best to support these conferences. We typically go in with a maximum sponsorship and maximum support because we think it's a good way to give back to the community by making sure that there are funds to organize events like this. I think actually there are many other actors in the flight sim community that are doing the same, typically the major sponsors that see that it's very important to give back by being present, by engaging, and by also financially supporting events like this.
It's awesome. Well, Magnus, listen to you, Stephen, the entire team. Thanks so much for doing what you're doing. Please, can we have more? And awesome catching up with you.
We'll do our very best. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Take care. Okay.
Now, moments later, we'll get to that in a moment. I will say this though, having the chat with Magnus and some of the things he spoke about there, right? I'll play this thing now. You'll get a good giggle out with this. But having a chat with Magnus, and when you hear him saying a couple of things, right? The team, Navigraph are growing, right, which is great. And, Magnus, one of the co-owners, saying, for himself and Stephen, the other co-owner, they're very much kind of stepping back now and letting the team do their work. It's cool to hear that from fairly well-established massive companies because, sure, they know these guys want to build the products, let them do it, right? That's a very healthy thing to hear when it comes to a company like this. It's like, we'll get out of your way, right? The other things he spoke about was that duality, that link between both events. Yes, FS Weekend, I would say, is very much the European market, although we did have a lot of folks travel from North America and, from all over. Robert Harrison is here. Welcome in. Trox, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, buddy. So I think it was great to see, first and foremost, Magnus accepting and not accepting. What's the word I'm looking for there? He's able to acknowledge that there are two major events now. You have a European one and you have the North American one. And what made this feel even more genuine was the fact that he sees the importance of supporting both. Because it's Navigraph's way to feed it back to the community, whereby he's saying, it's important that, they've kind of structured their own timelines around these events to be able to give back to the community, as in, here's a bit of spotlight, this is what we're working on. Navigraph, they're very... They're very open on their forums. they have a Discord, but their forums that's where you'll see the inner workings of feature requests and feedback and so on. But yeah, they're just nice people to be around, and I love what they're doing. They've tons of more features on the way, but that kind of, do you know what I mean? That kind of air of communication. You get it from I&I Bills, Just Flight, On Air, SayIntentions, Wing Control, Moza. All these guys are forward facing and they're talking to the community to say, yeah, we're doing this, we're doing that, and we're listening to the feedback, and it's important to... That's absent from the PMDG guys, right? A little bit. So yeah, I would hope to see... I would hope to see PMDG kind of, look at this and acknowledge it to say, yeah, okay, there could be a point. They don't need to. They don't need to. As I said, we still love their products. But I think a lot can be gained from that. Do that level of being open and whatever else. You know what I mean? That's what I think anyway, but sure, who listens to me? But no, I thought it was brilliant. Navigraph doing some really nice things. The team are so nice to talk to, and Magnus and Stephen, they're very approachable, and that's what makes the whole thing kind of work, especially at these events. These people are approachable, right? Which is great to see. So yeah, before I ramble over here, I catch Rafi, look. Lovely fella, good looking fella. He looks a bit like me.
Here's a good looking fella. You're live now. You
right.
Can't hide. How are you?
Hello, sexy man.
Right, Rafi here from Aerosat. How is your day?
Exhausting, but in a positive way. I'm in too many talking, like with annoying guys like this one, right? But anyways, no, I love him off. No, I'm just joking. No, very good. I mean, of course, tired, but yeah, that's how it should be, right?
For Aerosoft especially, I mean, lots going on. I mean, we have aircraft, we have sceneries. It's you guys have kind of cranked up the notch there, and it's full steam ahead.
Yes, it is. I mean, I would say lesson learned, right? So from the past. So we try our best to be better, and that's what we're doing basically. And we are really excited with, for example, Stuttgart. It's coming along Monday, so it's going to be awesome. And I hope to see you in your stream flying Stuttgart around.
I will.
mean, it's close to my home area.
Okay, put the kettle on.
Yeah, okay, I will do so.
We chat in a bit.
Thank you.
All right. Sorry, get out. Okay, Rafi from... 20%.
Now, it's important to note here, Rafi's lovely. He's 100%. I went to walk and I stood on the foot of a child. So much so, you poor devil, you're all right there now. Now, I'm turning around here because in the corner of my eye, I saw fast movement. So when I turned around, Muse fan leans forward to say, Murph, we're down to about 20% of the battery. Grand, says I. But then my eyes move from over Muse, over his right shoulder, where Gibbo Ireland is now on the ground, breaking his hole laughing because I've flattened someone, right? Do you know, that's the sort of support you need. This was hilarious, right? So I leg it. Gone.
Patrick, gone. Gibbo's breaking his arm walk. I'm not just stepping on the child. Quick, get out here, quick.
Look,
get out here now before you say anything else, lads. So both.
I'm walking out here thinking, Jesus, they're going to hear someone cry now on the live stream. The big man stood in me foot. Terrible.
Just remember, you might actually lose us. If you do, let us know and we'll backtrack.
Yeah,
the connectivity is where it starts to get a little dodgy there.
Right
Murph, if anybody didn't see, just ran over to small children, but it's fine.
I actually stood full force on his foot, and he looked up at me with tears in his eyes, and I said, "Oh, sorry about that, fella," and he couldn't get the words.
Would you like a lanyard?
No. And then I tried to look.
So that became kind of the saying then afterwards. If anything bad ever happens, would you like a lanyard? Jesus, lads. I make a beeline for the doors. Like, get out of here as quickly as we possibly can. Would you like a lanyard? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. It was hilarious. But that was fantastic. He was all right. You know, he had tears in his eye. He was grand. But yeah, it was it was funny. And like outside of everything at the event and meeting with developers, meeting with our own community, and meeting folks from other communities, we had a nice sit down here. We were here with Steiny. Steiny was chatting to us. Steiny's been at these events for years. Back in the day of like LAN parties, that's like Steiny's been at these. He's seen them kind of come and go over the years, and we're getting his feedback on how's this all going. And we were joined then as well by Naughty Gnome, and it's this kind of screenshots, I think, what these weekends are all about. That's what these are all about. It's all about the chance to just hang out with community members. So, if you ever get the chance, be it in North America or indeed in Europe, if you ever get the chance to go to one of these events, it doesn't matter what sort of... It just doesn't matter, right? You don't need to be, socially friggin' nuts on either end of the spectrum, right? You don't need to be like, oh, I can't deal with people, or I'm loud, and it doesn't matter, right? Because there's something there for everyone. There's people there for everyone, and just getting to hang out, talk planes, talk about the sim, talk about developers, talk to developers. That's what makes these events truly what they are. And an online representation, that's our mission. Our mission isn't there reporting as a media agency. I mean, we're not like the 9 o'clock news. Our job, that we'll always strive for, is, well, can we give you guys the sense of what it's like to be here? I mean, that's what we try and do, right? Myself and Gibbo, there's no training involved. We can talk some serious shit, which is great, right? But that's what it's all about. It's trying to... our mission is to give you guys that feeling of, well, it felt like we were there. Do you know what I mean? That's what we try and do. And especially then when you get to, you're able to chat with other people, not just from the development side, but also on the people. It's an incredible thing. And then the crack, Like the crack is absolutely 90. The slaggins and like it was just mad. Like jaws, stomachs just sore from the laughing and the messing that we get up to. Like to paint a picture, this will tell you the calamity. I somehow persuaded Gibbo to drive us into Amsterdam on Saturday night. Right, I didn't want to get like a bus. Gibbo, I don't do buses, and it's not because I'm posh or I'm very important, which of course I am. I'm a brutal traveller, and we were under pressure for time. So I said, "Will you drive us into Amsterdam?" Sure. He's like, "Yeah, go on, okay, I will." Right, and he did, and getting there was fine. Amsterdam it's nuts. Like it's. I'd like to meet that engineer because he said, "Right, how do we have a laugh here?" Right, but anyway. It was at the stage where we were trying to get parking, road access were closed. It was just an absolute. It's what have we done? And this is just like the crack. Give us like, right, that's it. Ye shower, you can get out now, and you walk up to the place, and I'm out of here. Right, I've enough of this. And next thing, oh look, there's a parking spot right there. So we parked the car, and it turns out we were directly across the road from Anne Frank's house. Jesus, look, right, and that's the sort of crack we had. And then we went down and played darts and had a couple of pints, and then the crack goes on from that. You know what I mean? Absolutely incredible stuff. But yeah, it was so much fun. I'd like to attend these super tight. I mean, honest to God, and I genuinely mean this, right? Whatever kind of challenge or ailment or whatever it is, I can categorically say it just isn't an issue, because at these sort of events, there is all walks of life. All walks of life. I mean, people there with different experiences, people there with different everything, right? Different everything. And I mean that across the board. I just wouldn't worry about that. Try not to allow that to be a deciding factor, because, it's a very easygoing place. If you want space away from, people, you can absolutely do that. If you want to be involved with people, you can do that. There's a lot of social things there, and even at the social things, it's more than okay to be at them and be quiet. You absolutely can, right? You could be centre of attention, or you can literally be standing in the corner, flying the wall, and just taking it all in. No one's going to think any less of you for it, right? It's incredible. Tony is here, Sid Squadron. Tony, it's good to see you. How was Vegas, man? Hope you're well. Welcome in. Who else come in? Time Models are here. Welcome in, lads. Love your work. Very happy Monday to you guys. First thing you did when you got home, proper cup of tea, right? But yeah, no, it was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. What happens in Vegas goes on the internet, Tony. It goes on the internet, right? Brilliant. But yeah, like these events, if you ever get the chance to go, and they're a huge to do. Right, there's logistics, there's pricing, there's Jesus, where can we stay? That's why we have them in our channels, these meetups. We try and help out as best we can. Well, this is where we're staying, this is where we're going. If people need more help than that, well, look, here's hotels we've checked out, right? So we can kind of make the whole thing a little bit easier. And when it comes to like our schedule, it was busy. We had a busy schedule for the weekend, right? Friday night, okay, we had a bit of downtime in the evening for a social, a few pints, and beat Muse fan at pool. Right. On Saturday we were at the venue, busy all day. Saturday night we were at a venue with Innie Bills, and then we came back to the after dark party back at the Vandervalk, and that was some crack, because it was pretty much what we were expecting, but it was so much fun. It was so much fun, and music and dancing and having the crack. Or, as I said, you can sit there, you can stand straight in the corner, facing the corner if you wish. No one cares. Like we're all there together. There's none of this, oh Jesus, don't talk to that fella. That fella's like, that just doesn't happen. It's a well-to-do environment, and that's what's different about our hobby. That's what it's what makes flight simmers just a different breed. We are a different breed. We're on a different level. Up or down, I couldn't tell you. I just know we're on that different level. We don't really care. We don't worry about these sort of things. We just get on with each other. We like to help one another. It's an amazing thing. You don't see this in other genres. You don't see this in gaming typically, where there's there's a lot of competitiveness, or there's a lot of, this is my idea, you can go away. And You know what I mean? It just doesn't happen in flight sim. I'm sure there's pockets of it, but overall, right, it just doesn't happen. People want to help people. People want to talk, say hey. It's an amazing experience, is a flight sim meetup. It's an amazing experience. And they're just brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. Yeah, it was very similar Energizer to the X-Plane Rave. Very, very similar. Right? Brilliant. July is here. Good to see you. But it's so much fun. So much fun. And so if you ever feel like that thing deep inside wondering, you couldn't deal with this, I promise you, you will. You will. Because, like, it's only us, right? If it's our community, it's only us. Sure, we'll walk around and sure, I'd talk the hind legs off a donkey. Like, that's just the way we are. We're a friendly old bunch. Usually we wreck people. Well, I'll speak for me. Usually I wreck people's heads. Like, all right, Murph, will you shag off now? And right, that goes on. But yeah, no, you need to. That's right. Yeah, Jay, come here. Yeah. We convinced we're out having a pint, and we convinced this fella that Muse fan was part of the royal family, and he believed us, right? And I said he was from places, and I got your man to like phonetically pronounce exactly where I said he was from. It was so funny. It was hilarious. Just the fun and the crack, but also the bond that you get. And I genuinely mean this. You can strike a bond with people at these events, and like you will turn them into lifelong friends. You just do. You can't explain it. Like Saturday night as well, and it's something that Jamie said earlier on, and it's the truth. I've had the privilege to meet Jamie, London Controller, at these events, but we've never gotten the time to just talk shit. It's always been good to see you, mate. How are things? Yeah, you flat out. Great to see you. Sure, we might catch you later, and off you go. Saturday night, for the first time, I got to sit down with the chap and have a beer. It was amazing. It was just like, Jay, this never happens. And like I say, like you can meet. It was the same. Had a good chat with Ian. Had a good chat with Chewy. And usually you just can't because we're all busy or we're all trying to do something. Do you know what I mean? But at these sort of events, you can. It's amazing, like, And so the crack we had on Friday night, the slagging. Saturday night we got back to the after party, and sure, I was up chatting to Nikki on the dance floor, dancing, right? I caught up with Colin for a bit, and his lovely missus. Who else? I was chatting to all sorts. I was even chatting to a fella who I thought was someone else, and then he said, "Who do you think I am?" And then I pretended I was like Dutch, and he said, "All right, I gave a couple of good Dutch impressions toward the end of the trip, But I don't like typing, more like talk. Face to face is better. Yeah. But a lot of people would only prefer to talk or to interact with a keyboard. I totally get that. But if you are a person who would prefer, I don't want to meet in public, it's not my scene or whatever, I get that. But I can assure you these flight sim meetups are different. They're different than like, I have to go to this social, or I have to go to this party, or I got to go to this dinner. These are different. So, just try and take that on board. And as I say, like the next event is coming up in North America in June. There will be another FS weekend next year. We're hoping to do a UK meetup this year and an Irish meetup this year. So I just think it's mad. It's great. It really is. As I say, you will make lifelong friends. You just will. So wherever you are in your life, be it that, there's something there on a personal thing or financial thing or work commitments, doesn't matter what it is, try and aim at a future event. Pick one that's workable for you. It doesn't have to be next year, maybe in 2 years. But I promise you, if you go to it, you're going to love it. You are going to love it. Also, Eamon 1973, there's two things I need to give out about. Number one, on Friday night, Eamon and his lovely wife met us for a few drinks, and he wore that shirt that shall never be spoken about. And then when we met Eamon on Saturday night, we asked him for directions. Eamon, how'd you get to the thing? And he was like, well, like, it's around there and go up and over. Right. What? He said, go this way. And then he said, I was lost. He didn't know where he was. And then sure, he ended up exactly where he was supposed to be, and we were all last. Brilliant, right? Great crack from Eamon. It was hilarious. But yeah, it was so much fun. When I met Murph, I thought to myself, no more small hand jokes. He's a lot bigger than me. Right. And it's funny, it's when you get to put a face to a name, it's just class, lads. You have to experience it. But what I'm trying to say, and I genuinely mean that, especially if you're with us, if you're with me, Gibbo, Muse, Adam, any of our crew, Steiny, Naughty, any of our crew, that's the reception you're going to get. We're very laid back, very easygoing. There's going to be a bit of fun. There'll be a bit of slagging, and it's just nice. I got to meet the lovely Kaharia for the first time. Caught up with Ali. Jesus, who else? Loads of people. Just loads of people. You know what I mean? So, yeah, brilliant. Murph's Geordie impression. Did you like it? Yeah, to go over there. But anyway, so that was pretty much the run around that we did. Chatting here with the lads, I thought it was a great way to finish the stream, but also a great way to sign off from trying to share with you guys the experience of being at one of these events. We started with the Aviation, we get inside, we talk to the developers, we see what's going on in the community, and then we go back to our community. And it was awesome, just sitting out, getting a bit of sunshine, getting a bit of the sun. It was absolutely incredible. It was just brilliant. It's just brilliant. Small hand jokes, yeah, it was desperate, wasn't it? Did you see the picture I put up about me holding that ginormous pint glass and how big my hand was? Massive, right? Absolutely massive. But yeah, just an amazing event to go to. And we're chatting here with Steiny at the end, just getting the insight, of what these events are and what they're all about and how they've grown. Zoom lens much? No, not at all. And for Naughty, who was at FS Expo, this being his first FS Weekend, and the same with Adam. This was his first FS Weekend. The lads were very impressed. It is a huge, as Jane said, it was so much bigger than she thought it was going to be. These are a huge event in terms of, there's so much action in terms of the flight simming side. There's so much social in terms of the people, right? Mrs. TPHI, whished. But also, if you want to be a fly in the wall, not be interacting to everyone, feeling that you have to go around everyone, you don't need to. You just don't need to. You can sit there quietly just on your own. And it's not weird and it's not anything else. We're flight simmers. It doesn't matter. We know we all come from different backgrounds. We all have different challenges in our life. We're all different, but we're all bound by the common, we're all bound by a common goal or a common thing. And that's flight simming or aviation. It's amazing. It really, really is. So that was pretty much the run of the land when it came to FS Weekend. And what we covered here, we covered a fair whack of stuff here now tonight, with all the announcements from the awards all the way through to the announcements on the stage and everything else in between. It was absolutely brilliant, start to finish. It was brilliant. And as I said, the crack the four of us had, you'd be sore. You were just sore from laughing so much. We'd proper and the slagging, it was just brilliant. And so much fun. So, right, I'm looking at the time of day now, and you're probably looking at the time of day. We still have a fair whack of stuff to do. So what I might suggest to the ladies and gentlemen, I have a live stream planned for tomorrow, right? And I'm planning to start at 1700 Zulu, a little bit early because I need to finish early tomorrow night because I need to pack. So we're going to be flying in the Fokker 27 tomorrow. Either way, so that covers that one. But what I suggest now, because it is getting late for our European viewers, it's like after midnight here in Ireland, so it's like 1 o'clock in Europe, and the Americans are probably only like finishing work. But what I'd suggest is we might stop here and then start back up tomorrow at 5 o'clock, where we'll take a proper look at the F-27. We'll take a proper look at Stuttgart, right? And we'll have a look at the Orbeck scenery as well. All right, because if I start into it now, there's probably an hour at least needed, and I'm looking at my clock, and I have stuff to do in the morning as well. So yeah, so what about me? I'm already in tomorrow. Put the kettle on and wait. You'll be grand. Sam's good to see you. But yeah, if it works, lads, if that's okay, that's what we'll do. If it's not okay, there are 2 words for you. One of them starts with shag and the other one is off. Right, but we'll cover more of this tomorrow, and it was just an amazing weekend. Just an amazing weekend. No, shag off. There's no refunds. It was an amazing weekend. And what we'll do, we'll be on tomorrow from 5 o'clock. And if you can't catch us at 5 o'clock, it's on YouTube as well, so you'll see the video. And that's primarily going to be looking at the Fokker F-27 Friendship. It's going to be looking at Aerosoft's Stuttgart, and we're going to have a look at the Orbex Montague as well. So we'll cover that in tomorrow's stream. If that's all right. But you'll need a while for Stuttgart. Yeah, dude, I was looking at it earlier on. I was like, gee, it's massive. It's massive, So, Did you get the TriStar preview? Not yet. What do you mean yet? 2? What do you mean 2? Maybe I did. I don't know. If I do, I'll show that off tomorrow as well, but I don't think I did. Do But lads, all I can say is thank you very, very much indeed for not just tuning in tonight and keeping us company, but also for catching the live stream, and all the reactions on Discord were friggin' hilarious as well. And if anyone wants to reach out to me, if you're a little bit nervous about traveling to one of these events for whatever reason, it doesn't matter what your reason is. If you want to share it, great. If you don't, that's totally fine. But if you'd like more information about these events, and having allies on the ground, and that's what we are, right? That's the game changer. You're not going into a place with all strangers. It's people in our own community. You know what I mean? Oh, right, Energizer. Yeah, no, I think that's still in place. That's definitely still in place. But yeah, 100%. Hit me up on Discord if you want to have a chat about it. As I say, it's you'll meet folks, you'll meet lifelong friends. It's incredible. You know what I mean? Plus, you'll hear me before you see me. Yeah. Scared to fly. You'd be grand. Anyway, lads, thank you all so very, very much indeed for tuning in. We ran a little bit late. We didn't get it all boxed off, but sure, we have tomorrow. And we'll be back tomorrow then. And at that time tomorrow, in 17 hours, we'll start. And we'll go through the F-28, because I wouldn't mind. It's actually here loaded in the sim, ready to rock. But we will check this one out, and Stuttgart, and everything else that we need to cover as well. So I suppose that's the story now. Thank you all so very much indeed for tuning in. All the support tonight was absolutely friggin' nuts. A massive shout out and a thank you once again to the three amigos, to Gibbo, to Adam, and to Muse. Because, and I genuinely mean this, without those lads being there, I just wouldn't have had this weekend. Fact, just wouldn't have had that weekend. They all helped out. They all put the shoulder to the wheel, and that's in addition to Gibbo having to drive and do all the stuff with Flight Sim Tees, which was brilliant as well. So many people walking around with the Flight Sim T-shirt gear on. It's so class to see. And as Gibbo says, I asked him here at the very, very end, what was it like seeing people? And everything, every single garment goes through his hands. Every single one of them. So it's where do you get that? You just don't get that, right? So it's anyone I spoke to about the Flight Sim T stuff, they were just it's just proper top quality stuff. And what makes it better is, well, it's made by a flight simmer for flight simmers. You gotta love it. You have to love that. So incredible stuff. So well done to the lads. Great work. And yes, we'll see you tomorrow at 1700. Anyone who's new here, welcome in. You'll see me tomorrow, and then we're gone for a few weeks, but then I'll be back louder than ever. So we've all that to look forward to. So until tomorrow at 1700 Zulu, set your clocks. I'll be there. I won't be late. I might, but no, I won't be late. We'll see you tomorrow. Good luck to you. You shouldn't be.
Do you need a hand?
No, I don't need a. Do I need a hand?
It's heavy, yeah. Jesus, Murph! What have you
done? Oh, okay.
Oh, balls. Thomas, you big scuttling Egypt. Oh, Jesus, there he is! I take it all back. Did you just see me scream? Oh, no! That wasn't nice at all. No! Come on, Betsy, you can do it. We need the wind. Oh, bother. We need more speed. This isn't dangerous at all. 110, 120. Mixture in. The mixture's in. Come on. She doesn't want to play. She nearly got there. Hang on now. Easy. There she goes. Jesus. If it didn't kick off, lads, I would have died immediately. Bags are all the rage. Yeah, thanks for that, lads. Well done. What a great start to the feckin' night. And we're already... Stop pressing the buttons! Right, that needs to go, you know, fat. But in fairness, though... Right, you know, I mean, the posture, right? I'm talking about me, of course, right? But anyway, quick, before we're in trouble.
I suppose you did this on purpose.
No, I didn't do anything.
Just to prove that I wasn't looking at.
I wasn't looking at anything. I was looking deep into her eyes.
Oh, were you?
I was, actually was. Dublin. Pascal Sheehy, RTE. Is Pascal Sheehy still doing the news? Oh, there's Gibbo, look. He almost turned it over. Gibbo, you nearly rolled it.
Yeah, baby.
Did you just say that? He nearly rolled the trailer coming in. Hilarious.
Cheers, Gibbo.
Yeah, we can hear you. You know. Ah, don't hit me with a frying pan! Oh, jeez! Did you hear it? You just hit me with a frying pan!
That actually did make a noise.
Of course I made a noise! You hit me with a frying pan in my head!
Turn around.
Why would you hit me with a frying... Don't hit me again! Ah!
It just
Yes, it makes a noise! You're hitting me with a frying pan!